Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy riddles, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone. It's the end of February, so end of Romantic Depression Month.
Um, okay, so we got about a minute before it fully loads. We're going to continue the article we started last week, but couldn't finish. Um,
because we got corrupted. But Chin.
um, and we have some other things planned if we're able to get through this quickly.
Mhm.
Yeah, nothing really to say because honestly, I just do not. I wasn't really feeling this month, to be completely honest.
Mhm.
The last few theme months we've done, I just was not really feeling it per
Yeah.
se.
Next month is our anniversary month, though, which is interesting. And there's a fuck ton of things because there's always a fuck ton of things every time we do something else.
Yeah.
We turn our back for 5 minutes and the fucking world implodes.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay. I think it's best it's gonna get. Okay. So I'm gonna share from becomingchristian.com.
Hmm.
Yeah, becomingchristians.com. Um, 10 Simple but Powerful Reasons Christmas Should Not Celebrate Valentine's Day is by Joshua Infantado, published January 27th, 2016. And like I said, we're going to start off where we stopped, which was reason number two. Um, yeah. So, shall we, Dalton?
We shall.
Okay. Yeah. Reason number two, the Bible says to flee sexual immorality. Um,
Which I still, barring like pedo crap or bestiality, I still don't quite know what sexual immorality is. It like those two words shouldn't go together in a sane universe.
well, I mean, in the two cases you mentioned, yeah.
Again, barring the very extreme and unambiguous examples of you are using your sexuality in a straight up immoral way, like, but 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 I don't think that's the way that this person is applying it. I think this person is implying it in the, for lack of a better modern phraseology, he's kink shaming.
Or
He's
lust
yeah.
shaming.
Yeah, he essentially views anything that isn't missionary sex for the purposes of procreation to be sexually immoral
Yeah.
somehow.
Shall we?
Yeah.
Right. Uh, Flee sexual immorality. Every sin that a man does is outside the body, but he who commits sexual immorality sins against his own body. Uh, or do you not know that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit who is in you, whom you have from God, and you are not your own? From where you bought a price, therefore glorify God in your body and in your spirit, which are God's. Corinthians 6 verses 18 to 20.
Okay, but
I will say this, just as a Christian, I guess, somewhat.
mhm.
Um, it just feels that's kind of very. It's kind of like a double or quadruple negative. that's in there a lot in those verses.
Mm.
And it's not really giving proper explanations.
No, and it also kind of makes it seem like you're some kind of cattle of gods. Like you don't own your own body because your body belongs to God. And it's like, actually, no, that's creepy as fuck. No, thank you.
Um,
And even okay, the first part of that I could almost get into because it's like don't harm your own body, but the things this person is referring to as harmful are not meaningfully harmful. Like again, if we're talking about some pedo shit or if we're talking about bestiality, that's one thing. Those two things are demonstrably harmful to the people you would or the beings you would inflict them on and yourself. Like those I can get behind, but this person appears to be talking about any like overt display of affection as you would get on a Valentine's Day type thing. Because let's also not forget the context in which he's bringing this up. He's bringing this up in the context of Valentine's Day, which means that in some meaningful sense, he thinks the things the average person gets up to on Valentine's Day is somehow sexually immoral. And people, barring the extreme minority, people don't engage in kitty fiddling or animal fiddling when it comes to Valentine's Day. They just it they just engage in what the average high school principal might refer to as PDAs or public displays of affection. Like those aren't harmful to fucking anyone. And quite frankly, a relationship that doesn't have some lenience for like PDAs is a dead relationship. It's why jaded middle-aged people usually have to find some way of quote unquote spicing up their relationship because they've lost the um
Spark.
the spark of intimacy. Yeah.
That's honestly a shame, and I honestly just speaks more to that relationship than anything.
Yeah, and it's
I
it's
mean,
a shame.
like I'm not saying that that can't happen, even with like really good relationships or anything. It's just
Yeah, it's always a shame when you do have a physical connection between the two of you, and then all of a sudden it gets ruined um by just time or by just falling out of affection for each other. But in any
I thought
case,
you were gonna, I don't know why, but I thought you were gonna say children.
no.
I don't know.
Though though let's be fair, some of it might have to do with that because if you have a child that it's a horrible little bastard and you think to yourself, we're never doing this again, or we can't engage in our kinks with our kids in the house or whatever.
Yeah,
That yeah.
interaction helps the channel. Yeah, psychic law. Sorry, I just
Mm.
maybe we're just trying to get through this article, honestly, because
Yeah. We got corrupted last time and we're unable to get through it.
yeah. So, anything else say to like the beginning of that?
No, go on.
Okay. Sexual immorality brings a lot of heartbreaks, diseases, and negative emotional and social problems. God loves us and does not want us to suffer unnecessary pain. I think that's where we stopped.
Yeah, I think that is where we stopped. And again, this could be resolved by the simple fact of have safe sex then.
Well, for the physical stuff, sure, yeah. The let's be honest. Again, the kind of problems that arise from Valentine's Day. Dragon turtle, sup? Do they ever define sexual immorality? No, no, I don't think so.
It appears to just be an implicit thing, but he's
Although
bringing it up.
they,
He's
I mean, there's still a little bit left in here, so they might save it.
It's possible, but I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, I'm not.
But point being, this article or this section of the article is in the context of these are reasons he thinks that Christians shouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day.
Yeah. Robert Walick, if I said the last name wrong, sorry. I believe they were talking about originally stealing neighbor's spouse or sleeping with them. I think that's how they originally written for that, how they defined it in the Bible at the very least. I think that's what you see in that.
Yeah, but
okay.
Yeah. Moving on.
I mean, cheating sucks anyway, so I
Well,
guess.
yeah, but
I don't know if you would call it like immoral.
Yeah, but that's not even sexually immoral. That's just that's just a failure to live up to your relationship obligations.
Right. Dragon Turtle, the one made by Saint Valentine. Some people. I don't want to be that guy, like the whole, well, actually,
but Valentine's Day actually has its roots in the Roman festivals of Lupercalia, Veneralia, and to some extent the Bacchanalia. So it's yet another case of Christians tried to convert people who were not Christian and ended up borrowing their holidays in the process of doing so.
Yeah. Although the story of Saint Valentine, at least the myth that I was told, what is interesting to say the least.
Yeah, but if you actually look into the historical record, most of the traditions we associate with Valentine's Day are either from the Roman festival of Lupus, the Roman festival of Venus, or the Roman festival of Bacchus.
Yeah.
Who is essentially the Roman Dionysus.
Okay. Either way, I think if the church puts their stamp of approval from it, yeah, I guess that does somewhat make them hypocrites, even like it's Saint Valentine's.
Yeah, yeah. Well, it's the same as with everything. Like if and even in this article, the first reason Christians shouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day was it's too pagan, essentially. Well, if that's the standard you're playing by, then you shouldn't celebrate Christmas or Easter either, because those are also extremely pagan influenced.
Right. Then again, Dragon Turtle. Then again, maybe they're Protestant or something. I don't know. And
I would imagine so. This seems to be like an evangelical tradcon sort of website, and most of his justifications thus far have been evangelical and tradcon.
yeah.
Anyway, let's get back into the article.
I'm sorry. I got distracted by Dragon Turtle's icon. Is that a Mechanicus, Adeptus Mechanicus from Warhammer? Or it's kind of small. Like I'm looking at it from StreamYard place. So
Yes, I think it is. But in any case, back to the article.
Yeah, it says yes. And then he also said they are usually the crazy ones.
Yeah. Anyway, let's.
It was there. I couldn't.
Not. Yeah. Okay. No. And we're moving on, and we're moving on, and we're moving on. Back to the thing.
All right. Through sexual sorry, my glasses need cleaning. All right. Though sexual immorality brings pleasure, it will not last long. When you consider its many dire consequences, you will soon realize that it's not worth the risk. All right. To be fair, anything according to the kind of really strict Christian beliefs.
Yeah, to a tradcon evangelical Protestant, everything is immoral.
Yeah, like you cannot have fun at all.
Everything that brings pleasure is immoral because we need to constantly be fixated on how awful and sinful we are.
Yeah, you remember the The dancing thing.
Which dancing thing?
There's more than one.
Oh, the thing that like old school like boarding school cotillions used to do, like save room for Jesus.
No, I didn't. I didn't know about that. I meant like the. I'm talking like the like kind of starting off the witch trials. You know.
It
The-
that didn't happen. That 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 is something Arthur Miller made up for his version of the Crucible.
okay, fair enough. I
Yeah.
didn't. I didn't know about that. Huh. Learn something new every day.
Yeah. The actual impetus behind the Salem witch trials was
But I know about the crucible thing. I know about that. No, I was talking about the make room for Jesus thing. Because we every school, to my knowledge, that I've been in has done that for dances.
hmm
Not the Jesus thing, just the couple feet apart while you're dancing, like holding on to
Yeah,
each other.
the original impetus for that was essentially non-school moms would insist that children quote make room for Jesus unquote.
Huh.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, I could kind of
because
get it,
because if your bodies are too close together, then there's no room for the Holy Spirit.
but didn't it say earlier that the Holy Spirit resides within you? So,
Yeah, yep.
uh,
Again, it's one of those things of like moralistic pricks will
honestly,
reach
again,
any.
I kind of get the spacing thing when it comes to like students, specifically like ones that are going through puberty. Let's be honest on that.
Well, I mean, but let's also be honest. At the age of between 16 and 18, kids who are stir crazy enough or industrious enough are going to find a way to lose their V cards, whether their parents like it or not.
No, I'm talking about like the thing they did like during school dances and stuff,
hmm
which happened a lot when I was in school.
See,
Um,
see, I never went. I never went to school dances. I was the loner nerdy kid, so I didn't go to dances of that kind.
how is it that I've gotten more socialization and you're the older one?
Because I'm weird and my like the area that I'm from is stuck 20 years ago still.
Fair enough. Anyway, okay. I mean, I still think it's stupid, obviously, like the spacing thing, because it's kids are still holding on to each other and stuff. So
It's it's stupid no matter which way you slice it. But anyway, let's move on because we're still on the second one,
yeah.
and that this is where we opened.
So what does sexual immorality has? What does sexual immorality has to do with have? What does sexual immorality have to do with Valentine's Day?
That is a good question. I think this person is going with the everything that is a public display of affection is sexually immoral somehow.
Lupercalia.
Because
Sorry, I was moving on.
yeah, go ahead.
Lupercalia is celebrated with pagan sex rituals. It is about e- eroticism, lust, and fertility. At the very least, fertility.
Yeah, but in any case, um, it's it's not like people have public orgies still on Valentine's Day. They mostly just um use it as an excuse for PDAs with their significant other, usually.
All right, hold on. Dragon Turtle. Wait, so that make room for Jesus thing wasn't a saying? They actually believed it was sort of holy presence in that space or something. Relevant.
Yes, that was the standard church excuse was that if your bodies are too closely entwined, you can't make room for the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, Robert Rayleigh, immorality is subjective to reasons, societal norms, and culture.
Well, that, but also, I barring the unambiguous examples of kitty fiddling or animal fiddling, I don't even think the terms sexual and immorality should go together. Like, unless you're actually murdering your significant other while you're fucking or something.
I
There is.
actually, this is gonna be a weird thing. I was watching some stuff of Law and Order.
Mhm,
I don't know. I watch from time to time. I find it interesting,
mhm.
and apparently there was like this couple that were murdering male prostitutes as a form of like it was a weird scenario thing. Um, pagan religion. Hold on. I would really pagan religions still do have orgies still, depending on the religion, obviously.
I mean, rarely, sure, but
I mean, it still has to be addressed though. So,
yeah.
but I could see there are certain cases, but again, it's a certain thing that I think you and I have both agreed on. Like, it's kind of a case by case scenario of like, if we're talking about sexual immorality, it's like, also again, Robert Waylick. Also, let's not forget the Penis Festival in Japan. A part of
What
me,
now?
I don't know. Like, I honestly am. I'm curious, but also I think I'm not interested enough to
Yeah,
look up.
back to the article for the sake of our own sanity. Let's just
Yeah.
leave it at that.
Okay. Um. Uh, God knows what's best for us, and He knows sexual immorality, like any other sins, leads to many untold suffering.
Okay, but you still haven't defined your terms. You still haven't defined what you mean as sexual immorality. And from what you've said thus far in this article, it seems like you mean any public display of affection for your significant other is sexually immoral somehow. And
Um,
again, barring the extreme examples of animal fiddling or kitty fiddling, I don't even think there is necessarily such a thing as sexual immorality, unless you're talking about, forced sex or unconsensual sex, then, maybe then, but those are the only three examples that I can think of that you can definitively say sexually immoral.
Dragon
Those
Turtle.
were- yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, like, if you want to finish your thing, I can.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Dragon Turtle. Why does everyone refer to pagan religions as a block? Do they have a lot of similarities, or is that an old monotheism versus polytheism thing?
I didn't. Okay, the word pagan actually comes from the Latin paganos, which means country folk. Um, pagan practices were essentially the practices that were done by country folk. That was the initial use of the term. Um, in the like modern context, most people refer to any polytheistic religion as pagan. Um,
Robert Raylick, I'm not, but there's a variety of them. It's considered a blanket term for religions outside the Big Seven. Big Seven?
uh,
I'm
the
assuming the
three
Abrahamic faiths, which
the three Abrahamic faiths, Buddhism and I think Taoism is the next largest one.
that's only five.
Or or yeah, and then yeah, the big seven I think are the three Abrahamic ones: Buddhism, Shintoism, Taoism,
Hindu?
or yeah, Hinduism. How did I forget Hinduism? What the fuck is wrong with me?
Okay, so that's seven. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those would be the big seven, I think. Oh,
And and Shinto.
yeah.
Okay. I honestly don't care enough about religions to really care.
Yeah.
Um. All right, Joey.
hmm
All
Moving
right.
on.
Still on number 2.
God damn it.
As early as the fourth BC, young men seek their sexual partner during the Lupercalia festival by a love lottery, in air quotes. As I say, young men would be able to win the companionship and sexual service of a woman until the next year's drawing.
Yeah, but there are, to the best of my knowledge, no countries where that particular aspect of the Lupercalia remains.
Wait, so it's that keys in the bowl thing? Like that's kind of a modern adaptation of it?
Or speed dating, I guess, would be another example of it, maybe.
And
Like,
the record, I only know the keys thing because I watched the Venture Brothers, like a clip of the Venture Brothers, and they did that. And I was looking at the comments, and they mentioned what it is. So
okay, so yeah, barring the odd like college or high school party with the 7 minutes in heaven or spin the bottle or whatnot, like the the whole like love lottery concept didn't really make it out of the 5th century or so. So I don't know why he's acting like this is still a common thing among Valentine's Day, because while I agree Valentine's Day has more in common with the Lupercalia or the Veneralia or the Bacchanalia than most people think, it that particular aspect of it got rebranded and toned down and done symbolically more than anything tangible. Like the modern day equivalent of that, I guess, is how in schools and things, kids they make a thing about who gets the most Valentines and so on. Like that I guess that's the closest Valentine's Day appropriate equivalent to the love lottery thing. But that doesn't imply sexual favors, or it never fucking did in my school. And I think if anyone implied it, they would have blushed. But again, I'm from an extremely rural part of Pennsylvania, so maybe it's one of those things of like our area is just 20 years behind the times.
I never had that. Honestly, we didn't even do Valentine's Day like out of elementary school,
Hmm.
like
Okay.
middle school, high
So,
school.
so, so yeah, unless he's literally trying to make a comparison between the collecting of Valentines or the giving out of Valentines with this love lottery thing from Lupercalia, like I don't know what point he's making.
Dragon Turtle post. Oh, sorry. Robert Waylick, it harkens back to old May Day festival to help farmers find a wife or partner.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they still do it to some degree, but even
Um,
then, it's not
all right,
it's not a commonplace thing among uh modern Valentine's Day
uh,
celebrations.
Dragon Turtle post puberty. It's probably a sort of hotness contest. Before then, it's just the normal child popularity contest thing. And in Robert Waylick, it's common in many cultures and religions. Yeah, 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 yeah. The
But
both. You know.
yeah, but what we're saying is I don't understand what this author's point is, because it's not a common thing amongst modern day Valentine's Day traditions, even if it did linger or get rebranded in various other cultures. Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. With these dark secrets of the origin of Valentine's Day, you sure don't want to be associated with it. God's word is very clear with this, and He wants us to flee sexual immorality.
And you still haven't defined it, and the passage you quoted from scripture doesn't define it either. It's almost deliberately vague. Like you could say literally anything from a kiss on the cheek um to dancing with your sweetheart in a club might constitute sexual immorality, depending on how strict you want to be with this. Or you could be more lenient with it and say, like I do, that the only things that qualify as sexually immoral are, rape or or bestiality, or kitty fiddling. Those are the only three things I can think of that would qualify as sexual immorality.
Moving on.
Unless you want to throw in human trafficking, I guess. That might. Okay, so four things. Moving on.
Yeah. Reason number 3. It's actually a relatively short one. So.
Thank fuck.
Reason number 3. Christians are called to love, not to lust. I mean, love itself as a subject is complicated.
And again, I must ask, who and what, by what criteria do you delineate between those two things?
Yeah.
Because as far as romantic love is concerned, there's quite a fine line between love and lust. I've always been a fan of the notion that, like, the 7 deadly sins refer to obsessive or unproductive examples of their respective thing. Like, everyone should express self-interest, but when your self-interest becomes controlling of you rather than you controlling it, then it's greed. Or, everyone needs to breed, but if you're thinking about sex more than you are contributing to functional civilization, then it's lust, or so on and so forth.
To be fair, I've always kind of also Dragon Turtle says the ultimate lewd act, hand holding.
Dun dun dun. Yes, yeah.
And then he put a lol at the end.
Yeah, because that is exactly how fucked up this canon will get if you don't define your fucking terms.
But kind of because I wanted to read that, but the thing I was going to say, like to add on to your thing, is to me how I've always kind of viewed like the difference between love and lust is love is kind of the more matured, stable version of lust. Because to be honest, I kind of assume lust to be kind of the base.
Yeah, lust is just I want this body to be intertwined with my body or whatever. It's
right.
not.
And again, I and love again how I have viewed it. This is my own personal. This is my own personal like kind of belief on love, which is again how it correlates to lust at least. Where again, lust is about satisfying that kind of more physical aspect of it, while love again is like kind of finding the more emotional connection and finding that kind of balance within yourself.
Lust is about gratification. Love is about desire. Love is when you find someone that you desire and who desires you in return. That's what.
Yeah,
love,
I guess that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah.
Also, Dragon Turtle. I think the idea that lust is about sexual pleasure, while romance, love is more about the companionship. If it can be done with complete strangers, lust. If it can be done without a sex drive, love. Even then, lust is like pride, only bad in excess. Yeah.
And that's exactly my point. Like the initial understanding of the 7 deadly sins, such as they were, was that the thing about the 7 deadly sins is they all pertain to things that need to occur in some degree of moderation, i.e., you have to have some kind of ambition, or else collapse of civilization. You have to eat, otherwise starvation. You have to have some degree of self-respect, otherwise, self-destruction. You have to have some degree of the ability to relax, otherwise you work yourself to death, and so on and so on. The difference between necessary aspects of the human condition and the 7 deadly sins is to what extent do you allow these aspects of your nature to control you versus when you are controlling it. We all must fuck or else no more species, but if you're so sex crazed that you can't focus on anything else, then it's lust. We all must have ambition, but if you are so ambitious that you destroy the livelihoods of other people, then it's greed or envy. We all must eat food, but if you're, you know, eating so much that you become unhealthy or impractical, then it's gluttony, and so on and so forth. That's the other thing. Anyway, moving forward, because we haven't even gotten to this person's description of things yet.
Yeah. There's no doubt that the origin of Valentine's Day involves strong infatuation and lust rather than genuine love. I mean, yes and no.
I mean, it really depends on what you mean, because I mean, the Veneralia was the festival of Venus, who was the goddess of love. Now, granted, Aphrodite/Venus within the Greco-Roman conception was a Fruit Loop, because most of the Greek gods were Fruit Loops, but
Actually, Dom, sorry, can I add like a?
Go ahead.
Well, it's something I've said before. Aphrodite and subsequently Venus.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they were hoes.
Yeah, she is the original Steffi. And to call back to incel terminology.
I'm not an incel because I have no idea what that means.
It's a reference to like the type A, like basically the airheaded cheerleader archetype.
Okay.
And by this metric, Zeus was the original Chad.
That's sad.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally did not mean to rhyme that.
Funny how that works, but anyway, yeah, the Olympian gods, at least, because I will concede that most of the like lesser gods within the Greco-Roman pantheon are fine, and most of the primordial gods within the Greco-Roman pantheon are fine, and I even in fact have relationships with at least one of them, but the Olympian gods were fucked in the head and needed all the therapy.
Dragon Turtle. Does jealousy need to be a thing? Maybe in a competitive environment, but you would think ambition or threat response would take care of that.
Well, but to paraphrase a line from the Torah, the envy of scholars increases wisdom.
I had nothing to say.
But anyway, moving back to the article.
There are a lot of unmarried couples who use Valentine's Day as an excuse to participate in premarital sex. Often, this sexual act leads to unwanted and unplanned pregnancy. Sadly, some resorts to abortion just to correct their mistakes.
Okay, so he is pulling the like stereotypical evangelical tradcon thing of you shouldn't have sex before you're married. Yeah, no, the sexual revolution, at least the one good thing about the sexual revolution is it swiped away this attitude of you must be married first. Like, no, fuck off.
Yeah. Although, I mean, there is something like don't have sex on the first date.
Yeah, like no, yeah. There's a happy medium somewhere in the interim here. Like, don't have sex until you are in an established relationship with somebody, but also don't restrain yourself from sex until your wedding night or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, like that's like bad as November, in my opinion. I don't, in Triple N.
What now?
No, not November. Like it's a stupid thing.
Oh, yeah.
And, like it's basically that to an extreme.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Yeah,
like there's a
people have sexual energy they need to release, and if you don't let them release it, they go nuts.
it's stupid. Fuck, I had something. But yeah, like there is a happy medium, like what Dalton said.
Yeah, wait until you're in an established relationship with the person, and make sure you know abide by the golden rule. You know the don't stick your dick in crazy rule, but um, or in my case, get stuck with it. But
Um,
in either case, don't engage in sexual congress with crazy.
right. Dragon Turtle. Didn't people get married a lot earlier back then, and usually arranged marriages worked out years ago?
That is the other aspect of this. Most people got married at like 13.
Yeah, because people didn't live that long, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, like the standard life expectancy was like 35 for a large swath of the ancient world.
So by the time you're like 10, you're considered like an adult.
13, basically.
Okay, fair enough.
Like even to this day, the Amish kind of abide by that same rule. Although I think for women it's 16 in the case of the Amish because that's when Rumspringer takes place.
Mm. I I've seen many Amish, and there are plenty of Amish in my state. Never
Mhm.
had a chance to interact with them personally. They seem okay, like okay people.
I've
I,
never interacted with one either, but we've bought some things from them, and I've heard of people getting the Amish in to do like carpentry and shit because they'll do it for cheaper and they'll be better quality anyway.
well, it's weird for me because like I've gone to like stores and stuff, and I've seen them in there.
Mm.
I get everyone needs to go to like a Walmart or something, but it's weird.
Well, but I think if they're shopping at Walmart, they're probably Mennonites, not Amish, but that's neither here nor there.
I It's hard to tell. There are so many denominations.
This is true. Anyway, back
And
on point because we did it again.
yeah. Reason number 4, because we are done with reason number 3. That was a quick one. You can celebrate love without Valentine's Day. Okay, general premise, I can agree.
I mean, sure, but
In context, I don't know if we could.
you can celebrate anything without any holidays, but that doesn't negate the utility of the holiday. Like hearth and home are wonderful values on every day of the year, but Christmas is a reminder of the importance of them. Feasting is always a good thing, basically whenever you can get away with it, but Thanksgiving is still set aside for a day of national feasting. Respect for darkness and fear and the old principle of memento mori are worthwhile every day of the year, but Halloween still exists to, go that extra mile in reminding us of it, and
Mhm.
so on and so forth.
That's fair. Again, I think on general premise, just because, I said this last week, I like my kind of stance on Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's mostly like I don't want to say it, but normies
Mm-hmm.
at the very least put too much stock into Valentine's Day.
Yeah, and there's something to be said for putting too much stock into things, but there's also something to be said for don't dump on don't dump on something that's existed for thousands of years
Oh yeah,
and
no, so,
maintained utility for that long just
yeah,
because
that's fair.
you find it personally objectionable and so on.
Yeah, that's fair, and I don't do that. I just
Yeah, but I get the feeling that Brainstormer is the kind of guy who will endeavor to make every day feel like Valentine's Day to his significant other. So yeah.
yeah, except on my birthday and Halloween. Those are my days.
Although knowing you, you'll find like a Wednesday Addams type person who gets as into Halloween as you do.
Probably. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. So why do so many Christians limit their love on a specific day? In this case, Valentine's Day.
No one is saying you can't love it. In fact, you just got done saying how Valentine's Day was too immodest and too sexually immoral and shit. So make up your goddamn mind, sir.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
wouldn't it be great to demonstrate your love every single day? Again, that's on the people who celebrate it.
Yeah, and again, no one is saying you shouldn't do that, but holidays exist to remind you to go that extra mile sometimes. Like again, to use the example I used, or to use a couple of examples I used earlier, hearth and home and family and wonderfulness are all great values to remind yourself of every single day. But Christmas exists, or Yule exists, or Saturnalia exists to remind us to do it. You know, remembering that you must die and remembering to, have respect for the dark and to engage in, animalistic pleasure every once in a while is a good set of values to have. But Halloween exists to remind us that those forces do exist. And also, there's the actual metaphysics of the veils and everything to consider there. But you know what I'm saying? Rebirth and the rejuvenation of life is an excellent thing to remind yourself of any given day, but Midsummer and Easter exist to remind us to do it, and so on and so forth. And likewise, you should love who you love every day you can manage it, but there's a day set aside specifically because in like ancient metaphysical terms, the energies of love peak around February 14th. So that's when we choose to remind ourselves that, love is a thing that is worth celebrating or acknowledging, and so on.
Sorry. Dragon Turtle. It's like what Syndrome said. When everybody is super, nobody is. It's the same for holidays.
Yeah, every franchise that ever touches on Christmas or Halloween, there's at least one episode where somebody says, I wish it could be Christmas every day, but what they find is when you spread out the magic and the wonder of Christmas to every single day of the year, it becomes less meaningful.
Yeah.
And I imagine the same would be true of Halloween. As much as Brainstormer and myself both really, really love Halloween, there would come a point where we would bottom out. That's why these days exist. Not because the values they remind us of or the spiritual utility they provide for us are not worth noting every day, every time we get a chance. It's because either those days are metaphysically significant on their own because of the metaphysical mechanics of the world, or but also because psychologically we need to be occasionally reminded to go that little bit of an extra mile every now and then.
Mm-hmm. Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Married couples or those who are in a relationship can show their love and concern every day and not wait for Valentine's Day to arrive. Okay, that is the couple's problem then.
Yeah, and again, I must point out that you just got done saying in reason number 2 that Valentine's Day was a sign of sexual immorality, so make up your goddamn mind. Are grandiose displays of love and affection good because they're something you should do every day, or are they bad because they're sexually immoral?
Oh, sorry, I'm kind of a little tired, so
Next.
yeah. After all, even if you celebrate your love on Valentine's Day, it really feels awkward since this day celebrates lust and not true love. Not True.
It
Yeah.
it depends on you for one thing, and for another thing that's never been explicitly what it's for. I think what this person where this person is going wrong is he fails to admit to himself that lust is a component to healthy romantic love. You know, lust shouldn't be everything, but being in a relationship with somebody you don't have any physical connection to whatsoever in a lust sense is not a healthy relationship either, because it means that somebody in the relationship, or possibly both people in the relationship, are dissatisfied in a meaningful sense. Like that physical connection isn't everything, but if the physical connection isn't there at all, then the relationship isn't functioning like it should be. Lust isn't everything, but it is a necessary component to functional romantic love to some degree.
Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you're taking a breath or something.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so reason number 5: no one exactly knows who Saint Valentine is. Do a quick research on the internet and see what you can find out about Saint Valentine. It is very weird because his story is based on legend and not facts. It is also unbiblical to revere a man. Some people think that we should pray to the saints as they can help bring our petitions to God. This is a satanic deception that we must all stop.
So, why are you a Christian and not just a Jew then? Because Christians do with Christ what Catholics do with the saints all the fucking time. If you truly want to live in an entirely monotheistic paradigm, then you, sir or madam, should be a Jew and not a Christian, because you don't because the middleman is a bad thing.
It's a dude, Joshua.
Well, Josh, if you truly believe that believing in middlemen is a satanic delusion, then I will look forward to you converting to Judaism instead of Christianity any day now.
Um, Giant Turtle definitely sounds like an evangelical.
Yep. Also, there is the other elephant in the room of, if God doesn't like middlemen, then why the fuck does he use angels all the freaking time? Because like, if we're going by Old Testament rules, then anyone who gazes upon God becomes reduced to a pillar of salt. So he has to use angels so that his divine presence doesn't fry our brains, essentially.
Giant Turtle. Even then, Jews believe angels are a thing.
And there exactly is where I'm going with that. It's like, if you don't believe in middlemen, then I look forward to you shunning all angels as well. But yeah.
Uh, anyway, there's a quote here. Doesn't reference that doesn't reference though.
Hmm.
Uh, Dead people are dead. They don't they don't anymore have the ability to help the living.
Well, then I look forward to. That is remarkably nihilistic, even for an evangelical, because I've spoken to evangelicals who have said things like, the ghost of my grandma or my mom touched touched me in this particular hour of need, and it reminded me of my faith, or something like that. And it's like, okay, that's perfectly reasonable. And if how Also, you believe in an afterlife, so what's just what I I like this genuinely has me baffled. I've never run into someone so evangelical that they don't believe in ghosts or the ability of the dead to interact with us. Also, it, you're just definitively wrong for like 90% of human history. Some of the earliest religions revolve around appeasing the spirits of the dead, like back in ancient fucking Sumeria. I don't not to mention this, but in the Bible itself there are references to bringing up the spirits of the dead, like how the Witch of Endor conjures up Samuel for Saul or the like. So
Lazarus.
hmm?
Lazarus.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to not use Jesus examples because
Fair
th
enough.
th then they'll just pull, but yeah, but that was because Jesus did it, and everything is fine when Jesus
Sorry,
does it, and so on.
it was the first. It was the first thing that came to mind. Dead.
Right, but like, yeah, the Witch of Endor conjures up Samuel for Saul. Um, I think I think at some point during Genesis there was even a reference to um Abel taking his revenge on Cain for having murdered him, and so on. Like, so even in the context of your particular brand of monotheism where God is the answer to everything, like even in the most like biblically literal interpretation you can find, there are examples in the Bible, your own Bible, of you are definitively wrong. The dead are not sectioned off to their own little pocket dimensions. They can cross over all the time, and they do. And if you look into the history of, for example, Halloween or All Saints Day, the whole point of those days were because the veil between the worlds was thin, and the dead, along with spirits and all sorts of other things, could bridge the gap. Anyway, moving forward.
Yeah. First foremost, dead people are dead. Bible makes it clear that there is no knowledge in the grave. As
Okay,
said,
wait, hold the fuck on. There's no knowledge even in the grave, which implies that there's no afterlife. That that is probably the most atheistic thing I've ever heard a Christian say.
it's actually in the Bible. Apparently, they reference the verse. I don't even know how to say this chapter. Iselias.
Okay, well then what's the difference between the Christian understanding of the afterlife and the atheist understanding of death is the end, full stop then?
There's something else. And no one has ever ascended into heaven except Christ. John chapter 3, verse 13.
Okay, so you are just straight up being a nihilist now then.
I,
Because or strangely atheistic, because the whole point of like God, Jesus's promises to his disciples was, through me you shall have life eternal. And if we're assuming that you're correct here, then there literally is no difference between the Christian understanding of the afterlife and the atheist understanding of you just stop existing, period.
Dragon Turtle, what the fuck? Why are you just. What? Are you just put into stasis in heaven or something? Then where do anyone else. Did anyone else go? Are they stuck in purgatory?
I I I genuinely don't know. It really does seem like he's going the like hard materialist route of, there's no ghost, there's no afterlife, there's no nothing. You just stop, and it's like,
Like,
if you believe that, that's fine. But why?
like as a like I'm not even that big of a Christian, but even like to my understanding of Christian faith is one thing you're supposed to have faith, one, there is an afterlife, which I don't doubt there is, because Dalton, you're an occultist and you've dealt with things of other.
Yeah, there's dimensions and planes and demi-planes all over the place, and
But my
not only is there one afterlife, there's dozens of them, but that's neither here nor there.
right,
But even going in his like uber Christian and nothing else approach, it's like if I had a dime for every Christian I talked to who was talking about how their father or their mother or some other significant loved one was looking down on them and protecting them from heaven and so on and so forth, like I would have a lot of money. And now this person is straight up saying, "Nope, the atheists are right. There's nothing beyond this life, and until Judgment Day, presumably when we're all woken up and something." And it's yeah.
all right, it's also Dragon Turtle. Or was nobody good enough to get into heaven, and they are all in hell?
Yeah, that's the other possible interpretation of this. Either there is straight up no afterlife and the atheists are right, or maybe everyone just goes to hell by default.
Right. It's stupid, obviously, what I'm saying, but I had something earlier. But I just. Yeah, but yeah, like I would assume an even like a really crazy evangelical or whatever, like these kind of Robert, well, like Mesopotamian said, death was world of ash.
Yeah, which okay, like even it's just sidestepping this possible atheism that this person just ejaculated here. Like the whole point of the like Judeo-Christian or Abrahamic faith is supposed to be you have a covenant with your deity, and therefore you have access to the possible afterlife, supported by your deity. And if you look in polytheistic cultures, that's how it's said to work too. It's like you make an alliance with a particular entity, and then your soul goes to that particular entity when you croak, and their appointed afterlife is where you therefore end up. Like even in like the gray area between the Celtic pantheon and the modern Christianized pantheon of like post-Celtic mythology, there are people who allegedly wound up in fairy upon their deaths. So I just don't like there is if there's if I'm trying desperately to figure out why this person would even choose to be Christian if this is what he believes, because the whole point of these kind of religions is supposed to be so if you have a connection with a particular deity, then you can look forward to their particular afterlife when you croak. Whereas this person doesn't appear to think there are afterlives when you croak. So why? What benefit then do you have in compacting with this particular entity? Is what I'm thinking.
Moving on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Therefore, it is useless to have so-called saints canonized by the Roman Catholic Church. Besides, if you are really a Christian, why celebrate Valentine's Day, which commemorates a saint of the Catholics? There is a lot there.
Yes, we know the Protestants hate the Catholics' guts. Blah 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 blah. They've literally been having this argument for 500 years. I'm not going to encourage this bullshit argument. It's like you both are Christians, and you both can honestly shut the fuck up when push comes to shove, in my opinion. But that's neither here nor there.
Dragon Turtle, many Mesoamerican civilizations also said that you just go into a place under the sea, good or evil, death really sucks there, and apparently the gods are still pissed at humanity over a ball game.
Well, yeah, there are like neutral afterlives in various different cultures, but my point is there's still an afterlife
Right.
in
Okay.
those different cultures. Whereas this person seems to be almost like a hardline materialist now for some reason, and I don't
Oh,
understand. I Go ahead.
I was just gonna read Robert Willard's thing. Or God or gods have name tags that change out and take you to the heaven you believe in.
Wow, in either case, like this person's conception of his religion is really frustrating because it's like, what benefit do you get out of compacting with this particular deity then, if not to have access to the afterlife of your preferred choosing?
Right. Yeah, it's weird to me. You know, I kind of agree with Robert, like his kind of take on it. Um, that's how I view the afterlife. Um,
Yeah, there's something to be said for your own particular impressions might filter what you end up perceiving.
yeah,
But
to be fair, I've never really put much thought into heaven itself, like what it would look like or anything would be when I go there. So I don't know what it will look like.
when I first started practicing magic, I was very heavily interested in the Egyptian pantheon, so it's possible I might wind up there, or it's possible I might wind up in Fairy because of the thing with Mab, or it's possible that, assuming I can successfully get the connection with Dream that I'm looking for, I might actually wind up in the Dreaming upon my death.
I
And
assumed
honestly,
I don't know why, but I thought Elysium.
well, yeah, I mean, when you get right down to it, because Dream is also sometimes considered an underworld deity, so it is possible that I might wind up in some version of the Greek underworld or some version of the Egyptian underworld or what have you. But in either case, based on the entities that I've compacted or am seeking to compact eventually with, I might wind up in various different dimensions,
Dra-
or who knows, maybe I'll get to pick.
Dragon Turtle. This argument has been going for 500 years. I won't feed into it. I will. This author sounds like a heretic.
I all I'm saying is, as far as my heathen, heretic ass is concerned, Catholics and Protestants are equally Christian and equally can go fuck themselves. But that's neither
Uh,
here nor there.
Scyther Claw, reincarnation for you all. I never considered that.
Yeah, there's also the possibility of reincarnation. Although, given the choice, I am not coming back. Once was enough. Fuck you.
Um, let's be fair. I've never put my again. It's like the same thing with heaven. I haven't really put much thought into it. I kind of been focused on the here and now. So
My approach is, I have no objection to reincarnation in theory, but if you're expecting me to willingly consign myself to it, then you are out of your goddamn mind.
okay. Dragon Turtle.
I intend to get somewhere that isn't the mundane plane of existence and stay there for the rest of eternity. Thank you.
Uh, Dragon Turtle. Do you want to end up in Arctis Tar? I don't know what that is.
In the Dresden Files canon, Mab has a tower called Arctis Tour,
Ah,
which honestly, given, if it turns out that she does build one or that she does have one, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to that. But my conception of fairy is a little bit more classically informed than Dresden.
Scyther Claw. What? Dom? It's the ultimate reset.
Yeah, and that's my problem. Reincarnation is a mug's game because you don't get to keep shit you learn. If I got to keep shit I learned, or I got to choose what kind of person I came back as, that would be one thing. But in most understandings of reincarnation, you don't get to keep what you've learned, and you don't get to choose the kind of person you end up as. Like if I just got a straight up second go round as myself, and everything was the same, and I had the same abilities, and I had the knowledge of what I learned previously, then I wouldn't mind reincarnation so much. But reincarnation, as it stands, is an absolute. It's a rigged game because it's a cycle where you can only escape it by learning shit, and it's such that you can't learn shit because you don't remember most of the shit you do in the previous lifetime. So no, thank you. No reincarnation for me. I'm I'm pulling in favors when it comes my time to go, and I'm either gonna wind up in fairy or in some version of the Greek underworld or in the dreaming or somewhere that is not the fucking mundane earthly plane, and I'm staying there, or maybe doing a timeshare between all of the above. But
Or the
I'm
well, you
staying I'm staying somewhere that is not fucking human mortal existence, and I'm not coming back. No, thank you.
yeah, you forgot to do what?
Oh yeah, the Egyptian underworld would possibly be another chance. Although my chances of actually getting into the Egyptian underworld are not good because I have heart problems related to my anxiety, and given how they judge who gets into the Egyptian underworld, um, I don't like my odds. Therefore, because
Yeah,
it measures how much guilt you keep in your heart. So I'm fucked. If the Egyptian pantheon comes to call me, I'm fucked because my heart is full of guilt, whether it's justified or not, and that means I'm getting a date with Amut the Devourer and becoming an empty shade. So
right. Okay. Dragon, Robert Wallach, debatable, which I assume is to cite the clause question or statement. Then Dragon Turtle, would you become a lich if you could? Um,
honestly, my preferred solution is find some way of becoming fucking immortal. But
um,
but assuming death is inevitable, and I see no reason to think it isn't in some degree, I'm finding an afterlife that I can be happy with, and I'm staying in it.
okay. Fuck death, I'm staying here. Again, these are from Dragon Turtle. Never mind. Is it like job hunting where you apply to different afterlives? Or like colleges? Probably better
Well,
analogy.
it's more of which entities are you connected with, like to use my examples, I'm either going to be connected with the Egyptian pantheon because that's who I started with when I started studying magic, or I'm going to be connected with Mab because of my dealings with her, or I'm going to eventually be connected with Dream because of my eventual dealings with him, or possibly in the Sumerian underworld if I end up working with Naboo eventually, like I want to, or assuming that I wind up um, working with Mephisto or Mephistopheles like I want to, maybe I'll end up in some version of hell. Who knows? But my
Anyway,
point is, I'm certainly not fucking doing reincarnation because it's a stupid fucking system.
um,
It's a system that requires you to learn shit and then prevents you from learning shit, and it's stupid.
reason number 6. Uh, God's definition of love differs from what Valentine's Day promotes.
I'm tempted to just go full pinhead from Hellraiser and be that asshole and go, do I bear a striking resemblance to someone who cares what God thinks?
The biblical definition of love is this: for this is the love of God, that we keep his commandments, and his commandments are not burdensome. 1 John chapter 5, verse 3.
Uh, that has nothing to do with romantic love in any meaningful way whatsoever. So are you saying all romance is now forbidden or sinful or haram or what un unbiblical as you put it? Like, God damn it.
Sorry, okay, so before I input anything, Robert Walick, just go to the Native American seventh world. I don't know what that is.
It's one of their possible afterlife options.
I mean, I figured, obviously. I don't know. I don't have any information about it.
Yeah, I'm I know a little bit about Native American mythology, such that it is, but I don't know enough to remember what that is. So,
Dragon Turtle. Why would you want to go to hell? The best interpretations are it being a realm full of assholes and worse.
it's I mean it still beats reincarnation,
Uh,
and if you're on decent terms with a demon, then who knows? It might not be as bad for you.
okay. Robert Whaley, First World. Hell. Our world is seventh. Or our world is sixth. Not seventh. Sorry. Um,
Oh, the Hopi world restarting recycling thing there. I
uh,
remember now. Um, Again, I don't want to come back here. Fuck and no. Like
um,
unless you count somebody who lives in Fae or who lives in Fairy as still technically being here, in which case I guess, I I could have fun. I could have fun being a trickster Fae. I could have a lot of fun with that.
the totalitarian ideology. What is that? Something not centered around my interpretation of my religion. Unacceptable.
Yeah,
Jack.
it very much is that, like, oh, it doesn't fit within the parameters of my religion.
Also,
Free derp.
also, to my knowledge, the commandments have nothing to do with love.
I mean, the only thing that resembles love in my understanding of the Bible is love thy neighbor as yourself, but that doesn't have anything to do with romantic love.
Yeah, that's just to treat people fairly and equally.
Which, that one is fair enough. I will allow for that one. But if one of the commandments is if one of the commandments we're supposed to keep is no other gods before me, then sorry, other gods made better offers than you. Deal with it.
Okay. Yeah, did you get that? Read it again. God's definition of love is keeping his commandments. The commandments of God are there because he loves us. The commandments of God gives us the guidelines of how to have a fulfilling, blessed, and joyful life. And
Okay. Okay, but no, but notice that put no restrictions on him in terms of reciprocity. This is the problem. This is the problem I have with with the majority of like Abrahamic commandments. They only tell they only tell God's chosen people what they are supposed to do or what they are not supposed to do. They don't put any obligations on him in return for any of this.
right,
It's essentially it's
Dalton,
essentially do what I say because you're supposed to, and
Dalton.
I don't have to do anything for you in return. Sorry.
So as a Christian, I just want to say, more than likely, the most of the stuff that's written in the Bible is written by assholes trying to control a bunch of people.
Yeah, I know the priestly class and so on, but at least as far as he is represented within the Abrahamic scriptures, the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob and so on is a dick, and other gods make better offers, so I go with other gods.
Okay, Giant Turtle. This guy also implies that you should not love your friends and family, just God. God does give back, he just demands payment up front. Fair.
It, well, okay, fair enough. But also, there's the your God is a jealous God thing, and the thing that I always come back to is God in at no point in that exchange says no. says other gods don't exist. He just gets jealous of you talking to anybody who isn't him. And that, to me, that strikes me as possessive and controlling. And quite frankly, if other gods can make a better offer than you, then that strikes me as a you problem.
Right. Robert Wallach. Not Wallach. Wallach. I think it's Wallach. Well, most tenets or commandments of every religion are similar, if not same. The Hebrew God was originally a desert fire god. The desert fire deity, not god. Sorry.
Well, or sky deity. It's El from Canaanite religion, or Baal Adad, depending on how far you look back at it. But nevertheless, my being my heretical occultist polytheist self, my solution to that is stop being such a jealous, controlling jackass. And if you really want what's best for me, then you wouldn't object to me talking to other people than just you. So yeah.
Giant turtle. Also, you can always look at it this way: God is gatekeeping heaven, diverting the assholes over to hell instead. I wonder it is a place of eternal suffering given the company.
Again, my thinking is most demons are just cool. They don't want.
You're talking about the souls.
I know, but what I'm saying is most demons, as far as I understand that in demonology, are just neutral to God. They're not oppositional to him. So it's just like any plane of existence. Hell has its assholes, and hell has its decent people.
Not just like
And
as well.
yeah,
Many conversations ourselves.
there are angels who are dickheads, and there are angels who are decent, and there are fairies who are dickheads and fairies who are decent, and there are jinn who are dickheads and jinn who are decent, and there are demons who are dickheads and demons who are decent. Like my question is not what kind of being you are in order to judge you. My question is, can I get along with you? If the answer is yes, then I don't care what you look like or who you are or what your history is. If the answer is no, then you can get fucked regardless of what kind of being you are. I do, I advocate for freedom of association as much with metaphysical entities as I do with anyone else. If you are happy with your God, then all the more power to you. But don't begrudge me the option to shop around a little bit.
All right. Sorry. Howard Wallach, for the most part. Giant turtle. I was mostly talking about the souls, but also the fallen. Robert Wallach, other than the seven that are bound in darkness. I feel like I should look up that.
It's a reference, I believe, to the Apocrypha, but nevertheless, my point stands. I don't really care if something is classified as an angel or a demon or a fairy or a deity or what have you. My question is, can we get along? Then I will try to get along, and if not, then I will avoid association as much as possible.
I mean, to be fair, I don't really think about it much because I don't try to fuck with the supernatural out of somewhat fear of it. Not fear of the unknown, just more fear of me fucking it up and having.
He has this irrational fear of the accuracy of horror movie cliches, basically, given that he is the ethnic guy, and the ethnic guy usually dies first in horror movies. To which my response is always, yeah, but most ethnic guys don't have a magic user on the speed dial.
Well, okay, but also again, it is also a logical reason is that I am not an occultist like you. Therefore,
Yeah.
I'm not as prepared to handle it myself, nor am I also versed enough in somewhat of the otherworldly politics that I could accidentally offend someone.
Yeah, but this is once again why I advocate for. This is why it's a good thing you have me on speed dial, because if you ever do wind up in a haunted house type situation, you get to be the asshole who calls the expert in the second act and hopefully short circuit the whole fucking thing.
Okay, so Dragon Turtle, you shouldn't stick your dick in crazy, so probably best not to fuck with the supernatural. Yeah, that's pretty much how I see it. Yeah.
Fair play.
Yeah. Just, plus, not everything can be reasoned with in supernatural cases. So.
Yeah, but most of the things that can't be reasoned with can be bullied, because everybody has an overseer or a king or
Okay,
some kind.
you tell that to all like the ghosts in like those abandoned houses and the forest in Japan and shit.
Ghosts are easy. Ghosts are just humans without the meat suit.
Either fucking way, man. I'm not fucking with it. Okay, I no. Fuck no.
You do realize if we ever meet up, I'm putting wards on you for your own safety.
Doesn't matter. I'm not going to any fucking haunted houses if you try to drive my ass in there. Also, Dragon Turtle. Also, things with alien motives, logics, and minds. Yeah, that too. Also.
As far as I understand it, in the supernatural world, most things actually don't have that many alien motives. Most beings are very similar to human beings in the sense of they want what they want to avoid things they don't like, and they have their own opinions as to what is right or isn't.
Yeah. Just on a scale.
The question is less, can you understand this thing, and more, can you get along with a particular entity or not? And again, I fully am aware of the notion that there are some entities that I personally could never get along with that other people would be fine getting along with. So again, it's like when dealing with people. There are some people that other people would get along with, and there are some people that I personally will get along with, who other people won't get along with. It's just a matter of finding the right group of friends, be they on this side of the veil or the other one.
Right. Okay. Sorry, it's just we really gotta move on.
Yeah. Sidebar is sidebar. So moving back to the thing.
No, fuck. Sorry. Valentine's Day is just the opposite. As Christians, it is our duty to please God rather than men. At this point, we need to stop and think. There is no doubt that Valentine's Day is a pagan holiday turned Christian. It is a holiday consecrated and ordained by man, not God. In fact, God considers pagan holidays as abominable, detestable, futile, vain, and useless.
So you'll be stopping celebrating Christmas then, and Easter, and Halloween, and basically every other holiday that we celebrated for the last several thousand years.
But it's not. I don't think it's necessary. Like, this is my own interpretation. I don't think God necessarily cares. It's just more so the people who claim to speak for God.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. But if your standard, sir, Josh, is that you shouldn't celebrate any holidays that have their roots in polytheism or paganism, then I'm sorry, but you're shit out of luck, because there are no biblically ordained holidays, dude. None. Because all the holidays that Christians eventually co-opted were exactly that. They were co-opted from previously existing cultures. So good news, you can't celebrate Christmas anymore now, or Easter, or basically any holiday that you would think would be a Christian holiday. They all have their roots in polytheistic cultures, if not necessarily pagan ones.
Mm-hmm. All right. Robert Wallach, the adversary, by the way, is separate from Satan, who is the adjudicator of God. All Christian holidays were pagan. They did that to draw away worshippers from other religions.
Yeah, and all they actually ended up doing was preserving the previously existing practices for the future, which I'm grateful that they did, because that means that we still have a connection to a lot of ancient cultures. But if that truly is the line they want to draw of no polytheistic or pagan pre-existing holidays, then you're shit out of luck, because there are no holidays left at that point.
Robert Wallach. Also, God originally had a wife in Ap- Apocryphus. Apocryphus.
In the Apocrypha is what he's saying.
Sorry, it's
Yeah, because the being known as Yahweh in Abrahamic religions is actually or was actually the lead deity for the Canaanite and a lot of the tribal cultures that surrounded Sumer and Babylon back in the day. And his original name was, or one of his original names was El, which is why the Hebraic neutral word for God or deity is El, which is why all the angels have, or a large degree of the angels have El as a suffix, because their names weren't names originally, they were functions. For example, Michael is Mihael, which means who is alike unto God in like a challenging um affect. Or Gabriel means, or Gabriel comes from Gebrail, which means the strength of God. Uriel is the light of God. Um, Raphael means he who God heals, um, or the healing of God. Raziel is the secrets of God. Raziel is probably my favorite angel, by the way, in case anyone was curious. Um, and so on and so on and so on. But that's why all the angels have El as a suffix, because El is the Hebraic sort of neutral term for any deity. And the reason why it is the Hebraic neutral term for any deity is because the Canaanite god of sky was El. Anyway, moving back to the article, because we got off into anthropological la la land there again.
yeah. 1 sec. Uh, who who should we follow, God or man? Whom should we please, God or man? Whom should we believe, God or man?
Yeah, but there's also the question of, you are a man, therefore you have to have some deference for the you have to have some deference for humanity, and also need I remind you that your God seems to be either very inconsistent, schizophrenic, or people tell all sorts of contradictory things about him. So which parts of the book are you supposed to believe? And even if you believe every single word in the Holy Bible, I can show you definitively that most of the books actually in the Bible are just the abridged versions of longer stories that end up in the Apocrypha. So even if the Bible is the literal and unerrant word of God, like half of his words are missing because you keep censoring him when he tries to talk. So yeah.
Right. Okay, so Giant Turtle, a lot seem to have the L, Ariel, Micah, Michael, Raphael, Kal-El.
And you are aware that Kal-El is supposed to be a reference to the fact that his two creators, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, were Jewish, and the rocket from Krypton origin is supposed to be a parallel for Moses originally.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, like, and I'm sure a lot of like actual people that know that shit know it. And I'm sorry, this is a tangent, but I'm a Superman fan, so I feel like I kind of have to.
Yeah, you open the Pandora's box of fandom, so now he has to go do his thing. Go
Right.
ahead.
Well, no, it's just kind of a rant of it. I'm gonna try and condense it so like we're not here forever. But and I think I've stated this many times, but I hate that people have compared Superman or Clark Kent or Kal-El or whoever you want to call him. Um, Also, Dragon King said, actually, no, I didn't. I just thought I was just being clever there. You were, and respect to you for that.
But also, yes, Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster wanted a lot of Superman's original mythos to be analogous to Jewish because they were both Jews.
Yeah. I hate that people have like kind of prop.
The Superman is Christ metaphor
Yeah,
because he's actually supposed to be Moses.
yeah, and like don't get me wrong, like look at it from like like in terms of a character like of like average people in the DC universe. Yeah, Superman looks like a godlike deity because no one knows what we know from actually like the outsider perspective that we get.
Mm-hmm.
I could totally get that if they're like viewing it from internally in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
But actual people, again, I don't think.
Who should know better because they should know more about Superman's publication history, made the stupid Jesus metaphor when he's supposed to be Moses.
Yeah. But yeah, like, and the thing, like, I don't want to go on like a super big rant. So, like, again, I'm trying to find like.
Just go. You're spending more time worrying about going there than you would if you had already gone there.
Okay, fine. Yeah, Clark is an average dude. He's really just a regular guy, and he, like Dawn said, he is an analogy of some like a more mythicized version of Moses. And again, Moses was an average man, sort of. Granted, he was raised as a prince of Egypt.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone catches that reference, good on you. Who rises, who is chosen, well, not chosen, but is given given a quote unquote glorious purpose,
Mm-hmm.
and becomes a savior of
His people.
Yeah, and he's raised to believe one thing and finds out he's another, and still ultimately tries to do good.
Mm-hmm.
And that is Superman. Granted, Superman has evolved over time and become something else.
Well, and of course, it wasn't only Jewish myth or Jewish folklore that they were referencing. They also made references to Hercules and Samson and so on and so forth.
A lot of inspiration from like strongmen at the time and all that. Yeah, but
yeah, because the other half of it is the day before they designed Superman, either Jerry Siegel or Joe Shuster, I don't remember which, but one of them had asked out a girl and got turned down flat. So they started fantasizing about, well, if I was really terrific and could like throw cars around and stuff, I bet she would want to go out with me.
Yeah.
And so they invented a character who was their definition of a power fantasy, because that's why the cover of Action Comics #1 features Superman, lifting the car off of somebody, and so on.
Oh, is that what he was doing?
Yeah.
Huh.
I've seen memes and jokes on the internet that say he was actually just lording his strength over that person, and he was terrified.
Well,
But
it makes sense. It's
but
just the car looked like it crashed into the rock. So,
but in actuality, no, he was lifting the car off of somebody who'd gotten trapped behind one.
okay, fair enough. Uh, but yeah, like then when like in modern day, and I've made myself known a lot that I don't really like Zack Snyder much in terms of like adapting the DC universe.
He doesn't line the material up with his particular philosophy. He just applies his particular lens to everything he touches, and
Yeah,
and
that's
sometimes it works, like with Rorschach, because Rorschach was supposed to be a Randian objectivist, but sometimes it goes horribly wrong because you take an altruistic character like Superman and you need to give him a objectivist reason not to kill people.
yeah. But fuck, yeah, and like it's just like this whole Christ metaphor. And again, looking at it from like the view of like maybe the Lex Luthor or an average person, yeah, again, he does look like that, and our
In
mind
in,
would
in
automatically go to
universe,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, in universe, our minds would automatically go to that because Christianity is like the biggest religion out there, and thus the imagery,
Yeah, and he was raised in freaking Kansas, lest we forget. So
and
he
thus
probably was raised Christian.
right, and thus the again the Christian imagery is so iconic, even like to those that don't practice Christianity or anything, is we view a person like Superman in those kind of lenses.
Hmm.
But I still think it's wrong simply because he's not, he's not a god, and he's done. I think in a lot of the stories, he's done everything he can to prove to people that he is not.
They don't write Superman. They write Super God, basically.
Yeah.
Is the
Greg
thing.
Turtle, when Samson fit better. Christ was a moral teacher. Samson punched people with super strength. I mean,
Yeah, that would be another possible solution there, but uh, yeah, but in any case, the thing about and it does fit with a lot of people's complaints about Superman, and certainly complaints that I've made, is when you get right down to it, Superman doesn't really have godlike powers. He has a lot of he has a lot of human abilities, i.e., he's stronger than most people, he's faster than most people, and so on and so on and so forth. But he doesn't really have the abilities that I would class as godlike abilities. Like he can't make things out of energy. He can't warp reality. He can't affect probability. Like
he's
there are a
not
lot of very
evident.
there are a lot of stereotypically godlike abilities that honestly fit more with somebody like Dr. Manhattan than they ever would Superman.
Yeah.
It's why one of my favorite scenes in Superman the Animated Series is from the episode Hand of Fate, where he is actually talking to and fighting a straight up deity named Karkal. And Karkal says to him, "You are strong for a mortal, but a mortal is all you are."
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Um, Jesus gave us the answer. Jesus answered them. How right Isaiah was when he prophesied about you. You are hypocrites, just as he wrote. These people, says God, honor me with their words, but their heart is really far away from me. It is no use for them to worship me because they teach human rules as though they were my laws.
Well, maybe you should have communicated better, you pompous
Fuck
smeg.
off, Dalton.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. It's just
I'm always going to be slightly more oppositional probably than I should be because I don't like this deity. But Just so we're clear, I don't have anything against anyone who does like the Abrahamic God or works with the Abrahamic God or anything. Your relationship with your God is your business. But as somebody who looked at the covenant on offer, the covenant as expressed in the Bible, and actively rejected that covenant in favor of other ones, I will always be at least a little bit more oppositional to the Abrahamic God than most people would probably be comfortable with, because your God is your business, but he is not my God, so it is what it is.
My interpretation of God follows more in terms of a kind of pop culture sense, is where I've kind of gotten my idea of how God actually is.
Yeah, just hopefully he's not late season supernatural version of God.
Guess what look I'm giving you, Dalton?
The disappointed look.
Nope.
Which look?
It's the fuck you look.
I know.
Yeah. Anyway, last thing, you put aside God's command and obey human teachings. Mark chapter 9, verses 6 to 8. GNB. I guess that's a version of the Bible. And that's also another thing. Like, there are so many different interpretations of the Bible itself.
Yeah, which one is the question at that point?
I've briefly read the King James version.
Mm.
Anyway, reason number 7. God is not impressed when he is worshipped with pagan holidays.
Again, my only point here is, well, then say goodbye to literally all of them.
Well, there is also there is no Christian holidays. I mean, maybe All Saints Day, maybe.
No, because that's Samhain. The only reason All Saints Day exists was so they could find a reason to hijack Samhain and turn it into All Hallows Eve.
Yeah, okay, so I guess there isn't a Christian holiday.
And even if you wanted to account for All Saints Day, this guy has a problem with saints because he's a Protestant evangelical type. So even then,
okay. Anyway, why do we keep on insisting on our own way? If you read the Bible, you will see the exact and proper manner how God wants to be worshipped. Again, which Bible, and also, I don't really trust the words that are written in there, mainly because most of that is interpretation through various people, and it has been severely edited by various people that look to control the masses.
Also, at which point in which Bible? Because the problem is, there are a lot of Christian people who say that when Jesus came, he engaged his followers in the second covenant, which means that the first covenant established in the Old Testament no longer applies, which is why Christians don't feel justified in killing and sacrificing animals, for example.
Right.
But there's a debate as to whether how much Jesus rewrote when he came or not. So should we be offering your God cattle or sheep or whatnot, or shouldn't we? That's the question.
To be fair, I'm thinking that's how like a lot of elite people viewed the common folks. So that I'm sure that was more so a like the higher ups in terms of organization of Christianity. Anyway, Dragon Turtle says, you took a deal with Mav. No offense, but I'm not sure you're looking for the same things as other people in covenants.
I'm fully aware of that, but the covenant that was offered to me in the Bible is not appealing to me in any way, because I don't really get anything out of it, and the things that I'm required to do to live up to it are not feasible.
To be fair, Dawn, you are kind of a step away from being Dracula from Castlevania, as you've said many times.
This is true, and
So
yeah.
anyway,
I never claimed to be a good person, only a rational one.
Giant Turtle says to, I believe, what you said previously before I said the first thing. Couldn't hurt or could it?
Yeah, I mean that is a point. There's nothing stopping modern day Christians or modern day Jews from doing the old school, sacrifice a bull, sacrifice a sheep, sacrifice whatever thing. So
as long as we can use the carcass after, waste not
well,
one.
yeah, usually those kind of offerings took the form of like a ritual feast, like you sacrificed your best bull or your best ram or whatever, and then you ate of its remains
Okay,
for ritual purposes.
again, like I'm also trying to think practically of that because I've never understood like those kind of blood sacrifices thing much.
Because it's usually you must sacrifice your best animal, and then well, shit, you're sacrificing your best animal and not being able to use it for anything.
Yeah, Dragon Turtle. Actually, I think laws are stopping them, at least in some places.
And see that I have some disagreement with that because like if you're a farmer and you raise an animal and you kill it to feed your family, that's perfectly fine as far as the law is concerned. But if you kill it for spiritual or metaphysical reasons, then all of a sudden everybody gets their hackles up, despite the fact that things like kosher pork or kosher or halal foods are a thing. So like we don't have a we don't have a problem with people killing their own animals. We don't have a problem with people holding their food to like spiritual scrutiny. So why do we have a problem with people killing their various animals in order to sacrifice them to their deities and so forth?
To be, yeah, I don't see a problem with that. Granted, I don't think it's necessary today, at least. My main issue would be, and someone's going to be dumb enough to do it, is human sacrifices.
Yeah, and funnily enough, historically, human sacrifice was actually fairly rare.
Yeah. Okay.
Like
fair enough. Granted, fair.
the only
Totally fair.
the only time that human sacrifices were even considered to be an option were when things were absolutely dire. Like for example, a lot of cultures would engage in sacrifices of that kind when eclipses would happen, because a lot of mythologies had it that some nighttime demon was consuming the sun god at that point.
Yeah. But again, I can understand the law if it was human sacrifices, because again, we know there are going to be some people that are stupid enough to.
Yeah, murder is still murder, and very few deities that we're aware of ever asked for human sacrifice, and only under the direst of circumstances. So,
Dragon Turtle, are pagan orgies just sacrificing your virginity? Depends if it's your first one.
well, orgies were actually not as common as most people think they were, for one thing, and for another thing, it was more about the energy of your sexuality more so than the actual act of sacrificing it. Like in the same way, all magic is the manipulation of life energy. Sex magic is just the weaponizing of your sexual energy.
Right. Giant Turtle, the angel did it. I'm assuming human sacrifice to make the gods cry and bring rain. Though considering how often they have virtual apocalypses down there, I don't blame them.
Yeah, but yeah, despite what Caesar said or what usually the reports we get of human sacrifice are said by people who are trying to make their enemies look barbaric by comparison to themselves, and those sacrifices aren't borne out within the archaeological record. i.e., we went to sacred sites. We looked for human bones and we did not find them. So
Um,
yeah, usually the idea of human sacrifice is just a propaganda tool.
okay. Shall we move on?
Yeah.
We need to stop and ask, how does God want me to worship Him, rather than asking, how do I want God to be worshipped?
Well, I mean, again, playing, I guess, possibly literal devil's advocate here for a second. My first question is, does God deserve my worship? But I'm weird like that.
After all, it is about God and not us. That was the end. Yeah.
I mean,
I'm kind of taking, honestly, again, speaking as a Christian myself, and I've had like kind of my relationship with the religion is tenuous to be at best. And I've kind of like come up with my own kind of belief structure as I've kind of just molded over the years since the kind of incident that kind of made me really question. Like, honestly, my problem isn't the religion itself, it's more so the people that follow and preach it, honestly.
mm-hmm.
And the two questions that were proposed, because honestly, me personally, the question you proposed, Dalton, is yes, just simply because I was raised it, so I just kind of believe inherently that God deserves to be worshipped. But that also just that goes in line with how I believe God to actually be, based on my own kind of thinking and belief.
Mm-hmm.
So I do ask I ask, how do I want God to be worshipped, and I also ask, how does God want to be worshipped?
And my solution there is, and this is again me being, I guess, possibly literal devil's advocate here. This is why I favor evocation to prayer, because why essentially try to telepathically email God when I can just summon him is always my thinking. And it's a hell of a lot easier to talk to your deities when you can literally like see them in front of you, as opposed to just hoping you're doing it right. Because my thinking is, if you're unsure how if you have ideas about how you want to worship God, or ideas about how he wants to be worshipped, my solution is just summon him and ask.
Okay, one,
Like, just
I
like,
don't know how to do
talk.
that.
Yeah, I know.
Two,
But yeah.
I don't pray.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I really feel like I need to, but I don't. I
Mm-hmm.
haven't done that in years. So
Yeah, but just as a general rule, my thinking has always been, I'd rather engage with a deity I can actually talk to rather than just hoping I'm doing it right. Because the thing is, who knows what deal you might be able to strike if you actually are willing to just talk to your deity. Like, just engage in a normal, healthy, constructive conversation with the fucker and work it out for yourselves. Because this
Dalton,
is the other thing. He might have different rules for you than he has for other people, and you'd kind of want to know that if that is the case.
all right, I'm just gonna cut off here just so like we can move on because
Yeah,
we need.
yeah, yeah. This is a weird tangent.
Yeah. Well, this is what these kind of articles do, which is just open us up to various conversations, because the article is so fucking boring and nonsensical that it's better to just talk on other subjects. Don?
Sorry, I was reading something Dragon Turtle was saying in the chat.
Dragon Turtle and Gods are just okay with some random guy yanking them into their bedroom for a chat. I can understand a spirit or something, but I don't. But I think a god would be insulted.
Okay, but part of evocation rituals is actually convincing them to show up. Is the thing.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to leave out offerings and shit so that when they get there, that you're essentially supposed to treat them like a
God.
extremely formal guest, like you're welcoming in a king or a noble or something.
Yeah. All hail the almighty tangent. Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway, moving to the next topic of the evening.
Yeah. Actually, no, we're still on.
Oh, right, because there's 10. God damn it. Next.
No, we're still on. We're still on number 7.
Oh, god damn it. Next.
Yeah. Why would you use something that God hates to worship Him?
Because there's debate as to whether that's even accurate or not.
Yeah. Jesus said God is a spirit, and they want to worship that they worship Him. They that worship Him must worship Him in spirit and in truth. John chapter 4, verse 24. Okay, what is the truth though? That's
Yeah, you're assuming you already have the answer to the question.
yeah, it's like I don't really want to focus on that. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, next.
Ask yourself, is there any truth in Valentine's Day? Does it help us to worship God in spirit? The answers to these questions are a glaring no.
I mean,
They're technically not really worshiping God in terms of the Christian definition of God or the Abrahamic faith definition of God.
yeah, I know, and even without the metaphysics part of it, there's an argument to be made that it's evolutionarily worthwhile, because there's an argument to be made that it serves a psychological function, even if it doesn't serve a metaphysical one. So it really isn't much about worshiping anything. It's about appreciating the human capacity for romantic love in the case of Valentine's Day.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Valentine's Day is nothing but a recycled pagan holiday repackaged with a Christian name. Yeah, whose fault is that, jackass?
Yeah, and also so are all the other ones. So looking forward to you not celebrating Christmas next year, or Easter, or Halloween, or St. Patrick's Day, or like literally any of them. Because yeah, the Bible doesn't make allowances for holidays apart from the Sabbath. That's the only day that you're supposed to keep holy, quote unquote.
Um, uh, If you are going to give a gift to God, do you think He will be happy to receive something that He calls useless and abominable? I mean, does it though? Or
I
like,
I don't understand why you'd be giving God gifts on Valentine's Day anyway, unless you have a literal love affair with God, which good luck with that.
that'd be weird. Because
And
if we're to consider, and this is going to be a side tangent, I just know it, but if we're to consider the imagery of biblically accurate angels, right?
yeah.
And granted, I fully believe and I'm aware that more than likely the angels can take different forms.
Mm-hmm.
Does that not mean God is more similar? I mean, like the thing, God. If I remember correctly, the the woman who turned into a pillar of salt. I can't remember her name. Who looked at God.
Lot's wife, whose name I don't remember either, but she was Lot's wife.
Okay. Yeah, Lot's wife. We can't even view him from a normal perspective. So I'm. It's actually kind of hard to believe. Like actually thinking about it, he's his like actual form would actually be somewhat of like an eldritch being.
Yeah, it's something straight out of Lovecraft, probably.
Granted, there's also a thing of like uh, there is a phrase of humans are made in God's image. So
And there's also the fact of like, if you actually look at the Apocrypha about what happens when humans and angels commingle, God apparently has a visceral hatred of that shit. So good luck with that.
God can probably be described as a sort of Lovecraftian entity, minus the amoralism. Dragon Turtle.
Well, but I don't even, because in like Lovecraft's original conception, it's not that the creatures of his mythos are immoral. It's that they just straight up they have the same regard for us as we would for dust mites when we roll over in bed or something.
Amoral, not immoral. Amoral.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. But even so, it's like, is it amoral to accidentally destroy dust mites when you roll over in bed?
Giant Turtle Jesus was probably an attempt to better understand his creations from a human perspective. Then in our image is probably consciousness or a soul.
Yeah, that's fair. You might be talking in like a metaphysical sense of without the body kind of sense. But even so, we're still left with the like Lovecraftian side of it.
Right. To be completely honest, I'm just of the again through my own interpretation of God. I just kind of assume whoever stares at him, whoever looks at him, in terms of like being in heaven and theoretically dead, like to actually view him, he kind of takes a form of like how you would generally perceive God.
Yeah, it's like in the fourth Indiana Jones movie when the woman asks to be given all the knowledge of the universe and the alien obliges her and her head just straight up explodes.
Like Galactus, Giants and Turtle Ass.
I'm not sure what you're saying that in reference to.
God.
I
Like that's the question he's asking. So like is God technically Galactus of a sort? The definition I assume.
Well, probably if we're going from like Marvel cosmology, probably closer to like Eternity or the Living Tribunal than Galactus, but kind of.
Yeah. To be fair, it is hard to quantify like a creature, or not creature, but an entity like God.
Yeah, it sort of is weird to even contemplate what you mean by
Right. Okay. So Galactus.
God.
Okay. So Galactus is seen as a member of whatever species that views him. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I think.
yeah. The metaphysical appears to each individual mind based on how that individual mind chooses to filter it. So
Yeah.
like for example, if I summon Mab or you summon Mab, she's going to look slightly different to both of us because our brains or our minds are processing what she looks like. But
For some reason, I feel like how I view, like if I were to summon, I'm not saying I ever would. I feel like she would look relative. Well, for one thing, I assume the universal thing was she'd be dressed in black.
I maybe, although to be honest with you, you'd have more luck with Titania, I think, than I would.
Okay, point. But my point is like just kind of our own kind of unconscious image of these entities is like how they.
Yeah, but there are ways to compare. Like, there are ways that like, for example, when different practitioners of magic meet and discuss working with similar entities, they often do kind of compare notes as to what a given entity looked like to them compared to how the grimoires say they're supposed to look, or how each individual practitioner sees them, or whatnot.
Yeah. Dragon Turtle. Think entities might be complimented / insulted based on how people's brains filter them, like if they find it flattering or insulting.
I imagine they have some control of how they're seen. So if the person's brain tries to filter them in a way they don't approve of, I imagine they can alter themselves accordingly.
Yeah.
I very much doubt that I very much doubt it's feasible for them to take offense at how they're manifested when they first appear to somebody. Because at that point, I think the answer is, then why did you appear to me like that then?
All right. Moving on because we got like.
Yeah, sidetracked again. Next.
Last thing of part of number 7. We need to be honest to answer these questions.
Yeah, and if we don't come up with the answers that you came up with, then we're bad people, or not Christianing correctly, or whatnot.
Moving on. Reason number 8, Valentine's Day leads to negative emotions. Again, that depends on the person on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, and
Scenario.
I hate to be this guy, but it very much sounds like a you problem. If and I am speaking as somebody who does frequently get depressed around Valentine's Day, because the fear of never finding someone, the fear of
Dalton.
dying alone, yada yada yada. But even so, I don't blame Valentine's Day for that. It's a reminder of that part of me that does feel that way. Granted, it makes it harder to banish that part of my brain when it starts to pipe up, but I'm not blaming Valentine's Day for that.
Yeah. Dragon Turtle, sorry for the tangent. No, you're good. It was actually a really interesting tangent. I just want to get this done because it's been like.
Yeah, we don't usually have these many comments, so it's hard to balance the comments and the topic.
Yeah. Okay. Women in general are very emotional. If they don't receive a gift on Valentine's Day, they feel unloved. If ever they receive something on this day, they will feel proud. Proud because they received something better than what other women received. Unloved because they received something worse than what other women received.
Or maybe some of them just judge things based on their own individual criteria of bad versus good. Because, like, I can tell you that if you got me something that you'd get somebody else, I probably wouldn't like it, because I have very particular criteria. Whereas if you take the time to understand my personal criteria and work that in that way, I'd be much more inclined to be flattered. Like, for example, when I was shopping for Brainstormer's Christmas present this last cycle, I didn't get him something that I would like. I based what I got him on the criteria that I knew he would like. Because that's how gift giving works. You're not supposed to try for some human universal. You're supposed to tailor your gifts to the person who got them for you, God damn it, or the person you're getting it for.
Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, sorry. Valentine's Day is geared towards the way of getting rather than the way of giving. No, I think that's your. Yeah, that's not right. That's
A lot of people level this same accusation at Christmas, and I'm like, okay, but in order for somebody to take pleasure in giving somebody something, then somebody has to receive pleasure of obtaining it. Because if you get somebody a gift that they don't like, then nobody wins in that scenario. Because the purpose of getting somebody a gift is so that you can give it to them and make them feel joy. And in order to make them feel joy, you have to get them something that they would like. Like giving and getting are sort of two sides of the same coin. And let's be honest here. As much as we should, keep in mind that, greed and avarice aren't everything. We all like nice things, right? Like it's a human universal. People like nice things, and shaming them for that is A, going to necessarily be ineffective, and B, is probably a little bit sadistic actually, because trying to deprogram the human mind from liking nice things sounds to me like you're going to psychologically break somebody. Either you're going to break the giver because they're going to constantly give people gifts they don't like, and that's going to depress them, or you're going to break the receiver because they're never allowed to take joy in what they get. And either way, it fucks up the entire system. Moving on.
Whether you like it or not, some women actually expect something from their partner. It is like having this feeling of entitlement. It's Valentine's Day and I deserve a gift. Okay, those women are bitches. Not gonna lie.
And I hate to break it to you, but there are men who actually enjoy getting gifts on Valentine's Day too. Granted, they're probably rarer because Valentine's Day does cater more to the gynocentrism of it all than to men necessarily. But speaking as a gay dude, I can tell you that come Valentine's Day, if I didn't get a gift from my significant other, I would feel a little bit put out. But I would also feel a little bit put out if it was Valentine's Day and I didn't manage to get my significant other something. And that's the other thing. Some people like giving gifts. Just as a general rule, people like giving joy to people. Because not only does it make you feel good to bring joy to somebody else, but it also can be a reflection on how well you understand the person. If you get them the right gift or you get them something tailored to their specific sensibilities, that can be a reflection of, this is how well I know this person.
Moving on?
Yeah.
Well, actually, Giant Turtle said something. This is why we can't have nice things, and the author.
Yeah, I know. It's like, how dare you feel gratified by somebody getting you something nice, or how dare you seek validation by getting someone something they'll like. And it's like, these are the most basic joys of what it is to be human. To get somebody a gift they enjoy, and to have somebody get you something that they know you'll enjoy. Like, these are like the most beautiful parts of the human condition when you boil it down.
Okay. On the other hand, men would feel pressured to buy something that will please their partner. Sometimes these men are forced to give rather than give willingly.
Okay, but sometimes people like getting their partner gifts.
Right.
And also, I noticed you completely left off a vector here of what if a woman wants to get her boyfriend a gift on Valentine's Day?
Oh, inconceivable.
Did you completely forget this notion of men like getting gifts or receiving them too?
I mean, I can take it or leave it, to be honest, personally. But
I personally, I would feel equally weird if I ever had a significant other and I didn't get them something on Valentine's Day, but I would also feel a little bit odd if I didn't get something from them on Valentine's Day. Because, I mean, again,
honestly, I'm always kind of picturing like this kind of thing of like the perfect Christmas gift. or is it the Christmas gift?
Mm-hmm.
If anyone here knows that story, you know what I'm talking about, right?
Mm-hmm. The guy who sells his pocket watch to get combs for his wife because of her long beautiful hair, and the woman who sells her long beautiful hair to a wig maker so that she can get a new like casing for his pocket watch.
Yeah. Granted,
Yeah.
not to that extent, not that extreme. Obviously, I'm just
Yeah, taken to its ludicrous extreme, it can get kind of crazy, but in general, it's a reflection of intimacy and it's a reflection of how well you understand the person. If you can get them the right gift for them, then it matters more.
um. Okay. Moving on. Oh wait. One last sentence for number 8. Either way, Valentine's Day is geared towards the way of getting rather than the way of giving.
It's both, because in order to take joy from giving somebody something, somebody has to receive it.
Okay. All right. Reason number 9. God commands us not to conform to the world.
Yeah, then why are you trying to legislate what other people can do in the world then? Because you can't have it both ways. You can't not conform to the world and yet insist that the world always conform to your sensibilities. This is exactly the problem with moral authoritarians of all kinds, whether you're talking about the evangelical tradcons with their capital S capital F capital V family values, or whether you're talking about the deliberately subversive quasi academics with their social justice, with a capital S and a capital J. They try to um both exist apart from the world, but also insist that the world cater to their sensibilities particularly. And I'm reminded of a quote from the Bible actually, that where Jesus was talking about, beware those who pray in public, because they do so mostly. It's basically Jesus admonishing the idea of what we would now call virtue signaling, and he even goes so far as to say, when you pray to me, pray in private so that no one can see you, because that's how God knows you're sincere. And honestly, I don't agree with Jesus on much, but on that point, I think we could have an accord.
Anyway, moving on.
Hmm.
Reason number 9. Sorry. Like I said before, Valentine's Day is a very popular holiday in the world. Why not? It caters to the lust of the very human nature that we have. However, God expects us Christians to overcome our human nature and be more like God and less like us. Okay, as a Christian, I'm not entirely sure if that's right or not. Well, I don't think
I
it's right
mean,
personally, but
yeah, I mean, Jesus did say a lot of things about how he wanted his followers to essentially live as monks and give away all their possessions and essentially live as like beggars and poor people. So it is within the corpus of like Christian mythos to shun worldliness and become humble and shit. But if that's the rule of thumb, then you're typing on a computer you probably shouldn't have. You're living in a house you probably shouldn't have. You're, doing all, nobody in the entire history of Christianity pretty much has ever followed this prescription. Even most monks lived in monasteries and um gorged themselves on finer food than most peasants did. So, like, very very few people, if any, actually lived this particular part of the scripture, and the ones that did probably died quickly.
okay. Okay. Uh, all right. The Apostle Paul is very clear on this. Do not try to work together as equals with unbelievers, for it cannot be done. How can right and wrong be partners? How can light and darkness live together?
Yeah, no, you can fuck off.
Okay. Sorry, I missed a couple of your comments, Giant Turtle. Uh, to be fair, this is a valid complaint of modern Valentine's Day. Many women feel entitled or entailed to something, expecting if expecting it if they get it and complain if they don't. And the ones who don't have their friends be catty about it. The whole eye of a needle thing pertains to a tacit-sized opening, not an actual needle. Getting to heaven rich is just hard, not impossible.
Well, the line is, it is easier to squeeze a camel through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to enter heaven. But in either case, the direction of Jesus' thinking is clear, because this isn't the only verse he has about this. You're supposed to be humble, you're supposed to pray in private, you're supposed to essentially live as the meek, as you put it. Point being, a lot of the Bible, if you take it absolutely literally, the majority of Christians fail at, because you're supposed to live essentially like a turn of the previous millennium peasant, and most Christians don't do that.
Giant Turtle, true.
Mhm.
Alright, although there is a possibility of balance, I think most people don't like to.
Yeah, and this and that's exactly my point. I know nobody, or virtually nobody, follows this. I'm not saying they should. I'm saying that if they're willing to cut corners in that regard, then why are they judging other people who cut corners in other, similarly harmless ways? Like, for example, in the Old Testament, it says people aren't even supposed to eat shellfish because shellfish are quote unquote impure, and unclean. And yet, I've known many a Christian who has eaten, shrimp at a buffet like there's no tomorrow. As well they should, because shrimp is delicious. I'm not judging anybody for that, because I eat shrimp like a motherfucker every time I get it. But
I don't eat shrimp.
are
No,
you allergic to it or something?
no, not for any belief or I'm not. Well, honestly, I'm not allergic to anything, as far as I know. But no, I don't know how to eat it, and I honestly I don't. To be honest, I don't eat really any seafood. Like I don't like how it tastes.
Interesting.
Yeah. So any plans of taking me to Red Lobster? Completely shot out the window.
There's always the Outback instead.
Yeah. I don't know what else to say.
Although I sort of think that we should go to a local diner, because I know how much you like diners.
Well, let's be honest. They're better than most. Like they're cheaper than.
Yeah, no, I get why, and I do agree there is a certain charm to them that you don't see in many other places. But yeah, if we ever meet up in real life and we go out to eat or something, I'm gonna insist on finding a diner for you, because I know how much you like this.
Look at one, they're cheaper, and two, they're better than any uh
Yeah.
like
There's actually one that's like down the street from my house, but I don't think we could ever go there, because I know um one of my neighbors runs it and they don't like me. So yeah.
Alright, Giant Turtle. It isn't really living probably just help people out with a bit of charity already.
Well, there's also a line about foregoing worldly possessions and so on. So I mean that is one way of interpreting it, but the most like literal way of interpreting it is he wanted people to live like he did, which was as a wandering like vagabond, essentially. Like this is one area where the left, if you like, has a point, and I've heard a lot of people like Kyle Kalinske has made this joke of like Jesus was a communist before there were communists, and and judging by like the most literal definition of Christianity and the most literal definition of communism, yeah, kind of. The only thing it wasn't a society-wide thing. It was supposed to be for your own individual sake. You must forego worldly possessions and shit.
Anyway, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
How can Christ and the devil agree? One, what does a believer have in common with an unbeliever? How can God's temple come to terms with pagan idols? For we are the temple of the living God, as God Himself has said, I will make my home with my people and live among them. I will be their God, and they shall be my people.
Okay, but he said that to a few distinct Middle Eastern tribes. There's no if we're really gonna be as literal as we can about this, God's chosen people were the Hebraic Israelites. Which means that it's stupid for Western European people to even try to opt into it. Certainly even less for Americans. So, like, if we're gonna be entirely literal about this, God's chosen people were the Hebraic Israelites from the ancient Middle East, which means we as Western Europeans have no business opting into it.
Mm.
It's not a problem for me either way, because for me the answer is no, regardless. But whatever.
All right. So the Lord says, you must leave them and separate yourselves from them, have nothing to do with what is unclean, and I will accept you. I will be your father, and you shall be my sons and daughters, says the Lord Almighty. 2 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 14 18, G and B. Okay. Jack and Turtle. Yep, the most literal interpretation is monk life. Nope, Jesus never said seize their wealth with force or arms, or force everyone to be equal in all ways.
No, but in terms of the let's all avoid civilization and live in communal sharing, basically. There is some of that. It's it's certainly not Marxist theory, but it is communist in terms of the no personal property and shared communal living sense.
Santa's a communist.
I think, well, it depends on who you mean, because if you're talking about the Holly King / Gwen Ebnoth, no, fairies are transactional as fuck.
That was a joke, and also
No, I know, and so was my response. But
we're talking about communism. A video just came to my mind of Santa being interrogated by like these Russian guys, I think KGB or something, and basically they find out that he's effectively a communist by giving toys and stuff to everyone, to all boys and girls across the world. It's funny, like I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, but in actual response, if we're talking about the Yule spirit, or Gwen Ebnoth, or or the Holly King or the various other names for him. No, if we're talking about the Yule spirit or the winter spirit, then no, Santa is a fae, and fae are transactional.
Alright, dragon turtle. So they say that if non-believers do something, then they need to do the opposite. Like I said, monk life, like Buddhists, but without the martial arts. Soviets try to replace Santa with Father Winter.
And the ironic thing is, they may have just been returning the mythology to its original source, especially in the Slavic regions like Russia.
Mm. Does anyone want to try calling Odin a communist?
That Yeah, no, that's a big note from me there, dog. And he actually does outline, at least in the Havamal, what he expects in terms of conduct. And yeah, no,
Okay.
abstaining from wealth, not really his bag.
All right. Reason number 10. The last one. We are commanded to celebrate different holy days. So,
You're not commanded to celebrate any of them, to be honest with you, except for the Sabbath. That's the only one that actually gets a mention in the Bible. It's the Sabbath.
all right. Surprising as it may sound, God commanded his people to celebrate his feast days. There are 7 annual festivals that Christians should celebrate instead of borrowing holidays from pagans. They are written in Leviticus 23. Please don't assume that it is just for the Israelites, because we can read that Jesus Christ, the apostles, and early Christians celebrated them even many years after Jesus' death. This is a big topic, so please request your free copy of God's Holy Day Plan, the promise of hope for all mankind.
Again, the only the only holy day that really gets a mention in the Bible itself is the Sabbath. All other holidays that are Christianized are from pre-existing cultures, which means no Christmas, no Halloween, no Easter, no technically even no Passover or anything like that. So even the Jews are doing it wrong in this case. But point being, you don't get holidays because holidays weren't the point of your religion. If we're being entirely literal, I personally am of the opinion of, like, you know, celebrate these days regardless of your personal beliefs, because if you're an atheist, there's the Jungian sort of psychological and evolutionary psychology approach of, like, even if there's no metaphysical truth behind any of this, there's still a psychological utility to them. If you're a Christian, then Christians have always celebrated these, and if you're a pagan or a polytheist or an occultist or what have you, like me, then we get sort of the original variants of them, and there's no reason why we can't blend our traditions in with the holidays that they're already blended with anyway.
Okay, so conclusion. Yes, conclusion. With these 10 reasons, it is very obvious that Christians should not participate in any pagan holidays, including Valentine's Day. It may change the name of an ancient pagan holiday into something Christian, but we cannot deny that its substance is still the same.
So you'll be abstaining from Christmas then, and Easter, and St. Patrick's Day, and
Good Friday.
fucking
Good Friday.
well, that's tied in with Easter, and that's because, as with most pagan festivals, they lasted about a month, or between 2 weeks and a month, depending. So yeah, but point being, if you truly don't want any polytheistic or pagan influences, then you're shit out of luck when it comes to holidays, my friend. But come to the dark side. We have fun from time to time.
Alright, we can always. We can always show true and genuine love in a God-ordained manner. We don't have to borrow ancient pagan celebrations to follow God. If you are really a Christian who would like to live by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God, Matthew chapter 4, verse 4, then you better take heed and not celebrate Valentine's Day. Valentine's Day is not a Christian holiday and it will never be. You are called a Christian because you are a follower of Christ. Christ did not celebrate Valentine's Day, so should you will you follow God's word or follow your own will? Choose rightly.
Christ didn't celebrate anything apart from the Sabbath. We've been over this, and also, why not just let yourself have fun? There are things other than your religion, you know. Like, it may not be good for you morally or spiritually or whatever, but it is good for you in a humanitarian sense. I mean, there's a reason why these holidays, whether you want to believe in the metaphysical implications of them or not, have lasted as long as they have. It's because it both irrespective of and in concert with metaphysical reasons to celebrate them, they also serve an evolutionary psychological function. Namely, people like to enjoy things and have reasons to celebrate things. And especially in the ancient times when life expectancies were short and winters were miserable, especially the winter holidays had a reason to be celebrated. And then spring holidays too, because that was the time when winter wasn't fucking your ass up.
Okay. So I don't know. I don't know if you want to end off on the list then, Dalton, because I don't think we'll have time for the discussion.
Yeah, we probably won't have time for the third topic, but yeah, we can do the top 10 lists.
Yeah. So for people that don't know, obviously, Dalton and I had a plan for like the third subject, which was going to be like we discuss in literary terms. Well, we discuss the
trope of the love triangle and why we hate it, basically.
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know why my brain just like stopped working.
But the second thing we were planning on doing was a top 5 list from each of us of top 5 couples who are essentially relationship goals.
Yeah, top 5 fictional couples. So we're gonna end on that, kind of end on a high note after that thing.
And next month we will return to our regularly scheduled programming because, as per usual, when we fuck off to cover something else for a while, then the news cycle gets overburdened with all the things that we're missing for some reason. It's like the watched pot never boils and the watched news cycle never offers anything worth covering.
Yeah. Anyway, shall we?
But you turn your back on it for 5 minutes and oh boy, it starts to go.
Okay, so I'm gonna flip a coin. Dalton's gonna call it. Heads, you go first. Tails, I go first.
Okay.
And yeah, Dalton will call it, and we'll see who goes first.
Heads.
As it is. So Dalton, you go first. Give me 1 second to bring it up. Dalton's number 1 is
Hulkling and Wiccan from Marvel Comics.
Right. For the record, it was incredibly hard to find a really good, high-quality picture of the two together.
Yeah, I know. There are actually a lot of really good, sweet pictures of them from like fanfics and alternate universes people have done. There's even one somebody did that has them in high school together where Teddy is wearing a Letterman's jacket and Wiccan is holding up and Billy is holding up a spell book.
Right.
It's really cute.
Right. Well, I found a lot of good like fan art and stuff, and there was also one where it was Billy in his as Guardian attire, but I didn't want to do that, so I found a comic page. I didn't want to use the fan art because you
Yeah,
know.
no, Hulkling and Wiccan are probably the best gay couple in comics. And I would venture so far as to say at the moment they're the best they're the best couple in comics, period. Um, and what's more, for me, they're basically the XP of my ideal relationship, because you've got you've got Billy, who is the shy, skinny nerd type, and then you've got Teddy, who's basically the superhuman equivalent of a jock, and he's very sweet and protective of Billy and everything. So yeah, again, I've made no secret of the fact that I absolutely adore Hulking and Wiccan, and if there's any justice in this universe and or in this multiverse, if either of you ever find your way over to our section of the multiverse, look me up, because Billy, I'm pretty sure I could give you some pointers as far as magic is concerned, and Teddy, I'm pretty sure you could handle both me and Billy at the same time, so we could have so much fun together. And if magical nerds are your thing, dude, then hit me up. Yeah, but they're seriously the sweetest couple in comics, and I swear to God, the MCU had best hurry up and give me my boys, because I want I want the first rom-com that the MCU does to be a Hulkling and Wiccan movie, because they're adorable.
Right. I will say this: I've done some research into them just because Dolan is a fan of them. Um, just like their Claude Dalton's waifu.
Okay, again, if I don't even require them to break up for my fantasy to work, because either way I win. Because if I ended up in a throuple with them, then I end up with a friend who I can geek out about magic with, and a overprotective jock who can handle both of us. So I
Um,
you know
right,
threesome between me, Hulkling, and Wiccan is something I would definitely be game for. They're
right.
adorable.
Dragon Turtle. Do you want the MCU touching them?
I mean, I
It's,
I want I I worry slightly, because Hulkling, I could see them race swapping, which would annoy me. But um, I want this is the one area where I'm fine with a little bit of the social justiceism, because they are the most adorable gay couple in comics,
right.
period. And
See, I was going to bring that up before Dragon
yeah.
Turtle when I was going to bring up the MCU thing. Um,
Hmm.
so thank you for bringing it up before I could. Dragon Turtle. Um, like I wouldn't say I'm a fan of them. Like they're in my periphery. Like I'm not as
Hmm.
big a fan as Dalton.
Mostly because I won't shut up about them. Let's
Yeah,
be honest. But
that's true. But and they're interesting characters. Like I've looked into them, and they're really interesting, and I think it's a really cool story. And yeah, like I agree with Dalton. They're a good couple. Honestly, one of the more stable ones in comics.
yeah.
But my again, yeah, like the thing I'm worried about, like when they bring him to live action, because more than likely they are. That's kind of they are.
Hmm.
That 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 is a certainty at this point.
Yeah, they're bringing in Ironheart, they're bringing in America Chavez. They've already established Wiccan in WandaVision.
Oh,
So
Stature as well with Cassie, and Ant
yeah,
Man.
so it's inevitable that we're getting Hulkling and Wiccan.
Right.
I
But
and I certainly hope it's inevitable. And if they don't at least acknowledge that they are a couple, I'm gonna be pissed.
right, my problem, my the kind of worry I have is that they make them the Hollywood stereotypical gay couple and toss out the characterization of these two.
Well, yeah, that is conceivably a problem. But the good news is there really aren't that many stereotypical gay couples in
Right.
mainstream Hollywood, because Hollywood just doesn't reference that shit very often.
Also the fact that I don't know why, but they have the stereotype of a gay, and feel free to either to comment on this, Don, that a gay man is basically a horn dog.
And a woman in a man's body, basically.
Yeah, just
That's
that. Just that. You know?
Yeah, I don't.
That's kind of
I
my
don't.
that is
Yeah.
kind of my issue on that.
Yeah, I worry slightly about that, but honestly, because of the edicts of modern day social justice, I do think there's at least a possibility they might respect them enough to not change them.
Huh. Dragon Turtle says they can also potentially gender swap them. They've done stupider stuff.
They're not. I doubt highly that they're gonna gender swap them because
It's one of the only true gay couples. I don't think they'd be stupid enough to do that because everyone would be on their asses, like from the fans to the SJWs.
yeah, I would be standing right alongside the Anita Sarkeesians of the world at that point because I want my boys.
Oh my god, the world would truly end then.
They are good boys and they are a perfect couple, and I want my boys. So gives me my boys, Marvel. Give me my boys.
And again, their characters have a lot of potential story wise in the media of film, or even a series. Like I honestly kind of want to see them more in like a Disney Plus series, but like a full on series, not like a couple episodes, like just like.
Yeah, there's possibility there, but I also wouldn't mind seeing a rom-com movie, a rom-com superhero movie with Hulkling and Wiccan together because adorableness.
I don't disagree with that, but I'm talking like a Young Avengers series.
Yeah, that could work too. Although I think both of them are big enough that you could send them up to the movies. So
I'm saying like in conjunction with a Young Avengers series.
Yeah, okay. That's fair.
Sorry, I didn't like a proper.
Right.
That's my bad.
Yeah, I hope that they leave Hulkling and Wiccan alone and try to fix some of the other SJW characters because let's be honest, Hulkling and Wiccan, the irony of Hulkling and Wiccan is that they
SJW characters done right.
They aren't even SJW characters. They existed just before the SJW invasion. Like they came on the scene around the same time as Miles Morales did.
Yeah, that was what, like mid 2000s, late
2000s. Yeah, and because they are organically gay characters, ironically, most often they don't. SJW writers don't even want to work with them. They would rather turn somebody like Bobby Drake, Iceman, gay rather than actually write the two gay characters they already have. And I think it is because they can't just turn Hulkling and Wiccan into gay stereotypes. Because even if they tried to turn Wiccan into a gay stereotype, Hulkling is still very much the I'm gonna side tangent this slightly, but I've noticed this in a lot of comics today. They don't like admitting to the possibility of a masculine gay character. Like even if they have a masculine character, they will turn them effeminate when they turn them gay, rather than have essentially SJW writers hate tops for some reason, and I don't understand why. Because in order for gay people to fantasize about, these characters, somebody has to be the top. God damn it! But yeah, for some reason, SJW writers would rather either create SJW characters from scratch, like Riri Williams and America Chavez, or they would rather turn non-gay characters gay rather than write the stable gay characters they actually have.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Well, they must have heard of them because they finally got married a couple years ago. They've been dating they've been dating in the comics since 2013, contrary to what EVS said when they got married, and they finally just got married in the comics last year, I think. Which while I'm tangenting and while we're waiting on Brainstormer, that was one of the most hilariously stupid things I've ever seen EVS say. He was complaining that Hulk and Wiccan were getting married, even though they've been gay characters since 2013, or they've been dating since 2013. And I was just like, you are genuinely the straw man of like any diversity is social justice-y for some reason. Because if you know Hulkling and Wiccan, you know they've dated each other since 2013.
Right. Okay, I'm back. I don't really have anything to say about Wiccan and Hulkling. So
Yeah, no, we can move on to your first one if you want to.
yeah. Well, it's one of the older. It's actually a Marvel couple too. It's one of the older ones. It's not as recent as Hulkling and Wiccan. It was actually a big thing when they got married. Like I'm building it up here, so.
You want I should drum roll?
Yeah, Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson. Hold on. I guess the Dragon Turtle. Because even when you are non-binary, you need to be feminine in personality. That or a grifter hopping on Comicsgate without actually caring enough to know what is going on.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But that's neither here nor there. Anyway, on to Peter and MJ.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it was like one of the first couples I ever saw in fiction.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's you know, it's Peter and MJ, it's Clark and Lois, or it's Batman and Catwoman. Basically, those are the three big early ones that everyone knows.
They're a good complement to each other.
Demons notwithstanding.
Okay, so it's you'll find a lot of the couples that I have, it is a give and take. You know, like they make up for their shortcomings with each other and all that. So the thing I love about Peter and MJ, specifically in the ones I've seen, when they're not being forced to be separated or anything, right?
Cough, cough, Mephisto, cough.
Shut the fuck up.
You can't pick this one and not expect me to make one more day joke.
I set it up on accident. Okay, I'm aware. But you know, Peter, who's got the chip on his shoulder, who has like that great power, great responsibility thing, he's balanced out by Mary Jane, who kind of is like there to tell him, you know, hey, you can take a breather. You're allowed to like take a small break every now and then, you know. And you know, obviously, like at the beginning of the relationship, Mary Jane was like super worried for Peter and didn't want him to be Spider-Man, you know, which is logical and rational. Like imagine the point of view of Mary Jane, you know, my significant other, someone that I've trusted and loved and known for many years, has been this
is getting himself killed on the regular basis.
Yeah, could die at any moment from all these like lunatics and dangerous monsters. And has been doing this since.
Granted, I often don't think it crosses her mind how powerful Spider-Man is. To be fair.
Fair enough. That's fair. But again, like thinking this from a perspective of that person, they're not going to think about that, obviously, in the moment when the emotions are high and stuff.
Right.
Totally get that. But eventually, she realizes this is who Peter is.
Yeah.
That he is a hero, that he helps people. And she's there to support him, there to patch him up and stuff. And Peter, for MJ, is, well, he's a rock, honestly. You know,
Yeah.
he's there to help. Like if you actually look into MJ's life, she has not had a good one. Like her mom, I think, walked out on her, and her dad. Her dad was an alcoholic, just emotionally abusive jackass who constantly made her have like.
I think it's the other way around. I think it's the dad that walked out and the mom
No,
that
no, it
was
was it
a
was her dad.
drunk.
It was her dad.
Oh, I guess it depends on the continuity too, because I know at least some versions the dad is the one that walks out.
One of her parents left, and the other was drunk and constantly made her question her self worth. And that's why she also
Hmm.
wanted. This also explains the reason why she wants to be an actress, to be seen, to be heard, to be
Yeah,
valued. Stuff.
yeah. To put it in psychological terms, she has an external locus of identity because she needs external validation.
Yeah, and and Peter, who actually like was it the alcohol before or after the walking out? Uh, that's a good question. I'm not entirely sure. I think I would have to do a brief lookup.
Yeah, and again, it varies, I think, depending on the continuity because
Yeah,
continuity
it's hard to tell
changes.
sometimes because they've done so many reboots. And so many. I'm kind of basing it off from like the Raimi trilogy. That's where like I first got into Spider-Man and
Yeah,
stuff.
because I know in Spider-Man the animated series it was her dad that walked out because she ended up going to the Center for Reunification and Mordo to reconnect, and Doctor Strange had to give her mystical therapy for it.
Yeah. Um, Either way, like it's one of her parent figures that makes her really like have a low self-esteem, and she hides that with a mask of a party girl. You know, honestly, in some ways, it's like Johnny Storm who puts up that front of like uh, the ladies man and all that shit. Either way,
Yeah.
I'm off point on that. But
Talk, talk,
it,
talk about talk about asking, is it getting hot in here?
yeah, it's but it's Peter who like actually you know on like a personal level, not just gratifying like her acting ability or anything, just her as a person like shows her like she has value. She has she is a person. She's not just like this idol or anything.
Hmm.
He gives her encouragement. He treats her well. Like it's not a fling. It's a genuine connection between them.
Hmm.
It's why like Peter and MJ are seen as the couple for Spider-Man series.
Hmm.
Like Gwen was like his first love. Peter's first love. You know,
Yeah, and the death of Gwen Stacy, however tragic it is, and however much they need to stop referencing it in the comics, they do. They reference it way too fucking much.
yeah,
Um, her death was crucial to demonstrating to people and the readers in particular how serious they could go with comics at the time it was published.
right. And and I saw this article recently that talked about like how Black Cat was a better match for Peter. No, Black Cat, Felicia, while is the Catwoman to Peter's Spider-Man,
She wants Spider-Man. She doesn't want Peter.
yeah, she's in love with the power. And granted, totally different character now these days that is Felicia Harding. She's more of an anti-hero than kind of a femme fatale. But my point being is it's Peter wants MJ because they're able to both blend his superhero life and regular life without worrying about really. There is an innate trust between them, effectively. You know,
Hmm.
like just a love that honestly, it's what Barry and Iris should have been in the Flash show. To be honest,
Hmm.
um, yeah, they're just honestly really good for each other. Like they're both like again, it's like a give and take. Like they give they take their flaws and give each other strengths.
Hmm.
I guess the best way I could put it.
Hmm.
Plus, if dorky Peter Parker can get a hot a bombshell like.
Yeah, she started out wanting to model, and she went on to become an actress. So
Yeah,
that is saying all that it's saying.
yeah.
Granted, she winds up with Spider-Man, so I don't think either of them is missing out in this particular relationship.
Yeah,
You
like
you you ended up with a kid who could bench press a car if you felt like it, MJ. You won.
um
You won the game of hypergamy, love.
giant turtle. Wait, what's this segue into the love triangle thing? The fact Spider Gwen is a thing. It will probably end up meeting Peter at some point if it hasn't happened already. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a segue, man. And honestly, I don't
No,
care.
yeah, no. That was his first of five on the couple goals list, basically.
Yeah. Anyway, let me share the next one.
Yep.
Dalton's number 2 is
Gomez and Morticia Adams from the Adams family. Specifically in particular the '90s incarnation, because I always felt that Raul Julia's Gomez was a better fit for his Morticia than most other versions of Gomez are for Morticia. But if there ever has been in the history of fiction a couple, it is Gomez and Morticia Adams, because they are so comfortable with each other and so just constantly in love, and in love with being in love with each other, and just complement each other's eccentricities and emotions and fits and rages, and like all of it just lines up so perfectly. And they're so like they keep each other so alive, more alive than most people ever feel in their entire lives.
if
And
I would assume they've been together for a very long time. Like they were probably even together long before they had
the
kids.
kids,
Kids aren't
yeah.
exactly old, so. But
And granted, they've only had uh 3 kids if you count the baby in Adam's Family Values.
Hubert,
So
yeah.
yeah, Hubert Adams.
No, Pubert.
Yeah, Pubert. But yeah, so given just how deeply in love with each other they are, and how very much shall we say, not sex negative they are, I'm surprised there isn't an extended Adams clan at this point. To be honest with you, because
But they really are just they just really like I have to agree, like they really are just a really perfect couple.
yeah, like you know the memes of like screw Edward and Bella. I want a relationship like Romeo and Juliet. Well, screw Romeo and Juliet. I want a relationship like Gomez or Morticia Adams.
You know, people who say Romeo and Juliet don't I feel like
Yeah, they don't fucking remember how Romeo and Juliet ended, or why. The whole point of Romeo and Juliet was essentially how facile and childish young love can be.
yeah. Um,
But yeah, no, Gomez and Morticia Adams or bust is the answer to that question.
yeah. Moving on.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Share screen. Okay. Yeah, my number 2 is Gwen Tennyson and Kevin E. Levin from Ben 10 Alien Force. And
I mean, yeah, I can't object to this on any particular character grounds. I do worry slightly about their children though.
power wise,
Because his Osmosian DNA is going to absorb her Anodite energy, which is going to make their kids. It's going to give their kids an identity crisis, because otherwise, either they're going to become Anodite, or the Osmosian part of their nature is going to eat their Anodite half.
Right.
It brings up an interesting question of, can they even have kids, or would this be like from a Million Ants and Supernova thing from Rick and Morty?
Dragon Turtle. You think they might have life vampire kids?
See that, and that's the other thing of, if Kevin's Osmosian traits are dominant, would his ability to eat her life energy result in their kids basically being energy vampires, a la Michael Morningstar?
Ugh.
Or again, are we talking like a Million Ants Supernova sort of situation, where, because those two halves of them are so incompatible, would Gwen like end up having constant miscarriages, because every time she gets pregnant, the Osmosian half eats the Anodite half?
God, that was a sad story. Like one of the saddest things in Rick and Morty, honestly.
Yeah.
Granted, they were total pieces of shit, but still.
Yeah, no, the Vindicators from Rick and Morty are sons of bitches, but that was still a very sad story. But it makes sense from a practical standpoint, and from the same kind of practical standpoint, I sort of worry for Gwen and Kevin if they do ever decide to have kids, because it's possible that they might not be able to.
Right, fair enough. But the reason I like them, obviously, is like from the series that they is, again, it's the whole, again, like pretty much like with every couple I pick here, it's a give and take.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin starts off as kind of like stereotypical bad boy, or like how he makes himself perceived as.
Yeah, the tough guy.
Yeah. But, Dragon Turtle. I suppose there is a less tragic but still weird possibility. The Osmosian half is possessed by the Anodite half with some two minds, one body thing.
No, because they'd still be one being. My question is, could you even create a stable being from an Osmosian Anodite hybrid? Because
Well, I mean, to be fair, she is technically, I don't know, like, if her parents or her father is half Osmosian, she's technically like a quarter?
A fourth Osmosian. But as far as we know, the Anodite thing is universally dominant, i.e., any child born of an Anodite becomes an Anodite. Is essentially the logic.
Anyway, yeah, again, and Gwen is kind of the bookish girl. She's confident, which is very different from like the very smart girls that you usually deal with in fiction, which I respect.
Mm-hmm.
And like you see the kind of evolution, like where they really become like friends to dating. It's honestly very subtle, because obviously we follow Ben 10 on most of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like they really mellow it. They really like mellow each other out. Like Gwen is like very like, it's somewhat like Reed Richards, like where she's trying to constantly fix like all these problems and stuff, and she overworks herself.
Yeah.
And
she has a standard magic user problem of like, I need to fix all the things.
Yeah. And Kevin kind of like gets her to like kind of just slow down and just kind of like appreciate certain.
He's off, and she holds his leash basically.
if you want to put it that way, yeah. But
I love those moments though are the best moments of Gwen and Kevin of when she's putting him in his place because he said a stupid thing.
yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. It was funny. And that's honestly kind of a couple. That's just a basic couple thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, and like Gwen, she kind of brings out his kind of humanity, which in the original Ben 10 series, he kind of really shed and threw away.
Yeah, because he got addicted to energy sucking rather than matter sucking. Which I feel like there's an innuendo somewhere, but I'm not gonna
I was just gonna
dig
say,
it out.
like that made no sense at all. I was kind of very half baked analogy.
Yeah. Yeah, that very well might be. I know this is one on your list, but this is another couple that I wouldn't mind having a threesome with.
Okay. I don't know what to say to that.
Well, it's the same principle as the Hulkling and Wiccan thing, kind of like with Gwen, I get the magic user friend that I can geek out with, as talk shop with,
Right.
and with Kevin, I get the tough protective guy thing. So
Um,
I'd be happy with that.
so yeah, and like again, they really are just kind of like they're the, and for one thing, they're like one of the only stable couples in the series. Like even through like Alien Force, Ultimate Alien, and Omniverse, like they're like one of the only
Yeah,
couples that really stay together.
yeah. Ben and Julie didn't work. I forget who else Ben tried to be with over the course of the series.
Dude,
Julie is the only one I remember.
there were so many. Although he does end up with Kai. Remember that.
Was she introduced in Omniverse?
She was introduced in Ben 10. She was the Navajo girl.
Oh, they actually ended up making it work.
Yeah, in the end, after after years of being apart, and then it's a whole thing. Like it's in Omniverse. You have to watch it.
Good for them. I'm glad they actually closed that up. It's one of
Right,
the only good things about Omniverse now.
right. But they
Fuck Omniverse.
yeah, Kevin and Gwen, like again, they really complement each other. Like, again, it's like make up for their weaknesses and stuff, and are just there for each other.
Hmm.
Like, dude, you remember when like Kevin turned into like the ultimate like amalgamation thing, like he did,
Hmm.
and kind of went crazy.
After after when they were stopping Agror, you mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Gwen was kind of like the only one that still believed that Kevin was in there, like, and still wanted him. Like, it
Yeah.
wasn't the girlfriend thing. It was just she
Yeah.
knew that there was good in him.
Yeah, and she still ended up hitting him with her best shot, and he just drank it, which was sad.
Dragon Turtle. Bad things happen when you start sucking on power cords.
This is true.
Yeah, I've never gotten shocked from one when I like accidentally touch a power cord or something, or
I
like an outlet.
Yeah, I've never fiddled around enough with power outlets to find out.
Well, I've never.
Because
Like, I haven't
e-
either.
e-
It's more so
yeah,
like kind of like plug something in, like you get those weird sparks sometimes.
hmm even from an early age, I sort of intuitively understood the principle of fuck around and find out.
Honestly, I don't mess with them because I've never. This is a side tangent, and thank you, Dragon Turtle, for putting us on another one. But I kind of stay away from those because I I saw this video where and it's like one of those low quality early internet videos,
Hmm.
or like mid to late 2000 internet videos,
Hmm.
where this guy basically made a metal, like a tinfoil diaper, and
No good thing ever became of
let me finish.
anything where that was in the sentence.
Let me finish. And a certain mandible shaped into the tinfoil diaper.
Oh dear.
And the dumbass in question put his thing wrapped in a tinfoil diaper near a wall socket.
Oh no. This does not bode well.
And
I,
it cut to black, but then you hear like this kind of like scream.
I can imagine. Good god damn, that's gonna haunt my nightmares.
Yeah. So thank you for bringing up that side tangent.
And the Darwin Award for improving his species goes to that asshole.
And so yeah, that's kind of like I've seen so many videos where people are dumb enough to like put just metal objects in them, like butter knives, and like one who put like, metal sticks into just like one of those like things and like just get snapped, which are funny. But yeah, I've just kind of like learned early on to like from those examples just to like stay away from them or like be very cautious around them.
You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. The Tao of fuck around and find out.
Yeah. But that again, it's kind of close off.
Yeah.
Winning Kevin. They really are just like they're the only couple in Ben 10 really that have worked. So
yeah,
that's a testament.
They're cute together.
Yeah.
Although honestly, I will say the brief stint where Kevin was dating Charmcaster for a while, they actually didn't make a bad couple either, to be honest.
Don't you mean Michael Morningstar?
She also dated Michael, but there was an episode in Alien Force called The Charmed Way where she pretended to be a woman named Caroline.
Huh. I didn't know that.
Yeah, and they were a thing. Now, granted, Charmcaster mostly did it to make Gwen jealous, but because bitches gonna be bitches and everything. But I thought Charmcaster and Kevin made a pretty cute couple too.
Right. Well, I mean, Charmcaster is basically like a darker reflection of Gwen, so.
Honestly, and this is a complete sidebar for me, but I always thought that Charmcaster was hotter because she actually bothered to know shit, whereas Gwen just brute forced everything because some people are born with an extra soul in them or some shit. Fucking animate son of the bitches. For those that don't know, I really hate the concept of Anodites really badly.
Right. Giant turtle. Oh God! For a second, I thought you meant put stuff in their third leg. I mean, kinda. It was electricity.
Let us move on from this. Yeah, let us move on from this and never speak of it again.
Right. Okay. So the third one, which it's one of Dalton's favorite series, mine too. An interesting couple. We never get to see much of them, but we see more so the ramifications of the fallout of their relationship in this series. Mm-hmm. Number 3.
Vlad the Dracula Tepish and Lisa of Lupu from Netflix's Castlevania anime. The love so strong it almost doomed the world.
Yeah. I do have to agree. Dalton is like, it's really telling how deep and good the relationship was because of how what Dracula was doing while Lisa was being persecuted and killed. Walking the world as a man, as she had asked,
as a favor to her.
Yeah, and how he reacted to her death, which was to destroy the world.
Yeah, the greatest line, or one of the greatest lines in early Castlevania was, she was the only reason on Earth for me to tolerate human life.
Yeah. Like, so it's very telling how, and also like when Dracula is beating the shit out of Alucard, and when they're in his room, which goddamn dude,
Yeah,
that
the only thing that stops his frankly like genocidal rage is realizing that in order to carry it out, he has to kill his only son.
yeah, and like
That,
he's sleeping and he's talking to his wife, like
yeah,
like it,
we built this room, we made these toys, the most beautiful thing you ever gave me, our boy, and I'm killing him, and
dude,
god damn that scene,
uh,
that fucking scene.
I'm not emotional, but I swear to God, that scene had me close to tears.
And Alucard grabs the steak, and oh god damn it,
Eh.
that
But yeah, like they're and like at the end of the series when they come back, um,
yeah.
again it really shows how much love they really do have for each other.
Yeah, which really does bring up the question of why didn't Dracula just call in a favor from one of the Forge Masters to get them to resurrect Lisa? Like this could,
I
the, instead of as much as I empathize with the "fuck humanity, kill them all" approach, believe me, I really, really do. Especially,
to be fair, I don't think she would have come back. Well, one thing, her body was burned to ash, so she wouldn't be in her actual
she would have had to get herself another one or something. But
body.
yeah,
There's also the
um,
possibility that it would have transformed into something else, or
right, but yeah,
would have technically been a corpse, so she wouldn't have
yeah.
been. So
Yeah, but even so, I'm just like it seems like if Dracula had just been smart enough to do the same sort of what was it
I also think he was just really drowning in rage and
yeah, no, he was in a similar mood that I often get into, which is nope, humanity was a mistake, fuck off.
yeah. I don't think
Um
often I don't like this excuse, but I think it can somewhat be justified. Is that he clearly wasn't thinking too much. Like even like it was clearly evident as how he was like going
well,
about.
even in that scene we were just talking about there, he says at the end, right before Alucard sinks the stake into him, I if I'm doing this, then I must already be dead. But I think that's the line. And even Alucard, I think at one point says while they're about to engage in the fight, you died when my mother died. You know you did. This whole escapade has only been history's longest suicide note.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't really think he was like thinking truly logically.
And don't get me wrong, I get it. As I've said to Brainstormer, I get this way even with just my friends because I don't make friends easily. So when I do make friends, I get very, very attached to people. And I've said to basically all my friends at one point or another, if anything happens to you, I'm going full Dracula and summoning the Night Horde and fuck the rest of humanity at that point. Because I definitely do empathize with they're the only reason I have to tolerate human life.
Okay. And I also think this is the painting from.
Yeah, it's the painting from Alucard's bedroom, if I remember correctly, from season two.
Or either that or the study, like Dracula's
Yeah.
study at the end of season 2, where Alucard
Hmm.
finally breaks down.
Yeah, because
God, that
he's a
show. I, mm,
yeah, good writing on a epic scale. Like if the Dark Knight is the like serious extent to how the comic book genre was founded, then Castlevania is going to be that for the video game genre. I think Netflix's Castlevania is the video game genre's answer to what the Dark Knight does for the comic book genre.
okay, so Dragon Turtle. Wouldn't that also fuck over the other friends? going full Dracula over one of them. I mean,
I
I've had this
I
discussion
mean,
with them before.
my solution is just to put all of the valuable shit in its own little bubble and then destroy everything else. That's my solution to that.
Yeah.
So don't worry about a DT. You'll be fine. You'll be in a little reality bubble.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on to mine.
Yes.
All right. Number 3. It's actually, well, it's not the all-encompassing. Fair enough, says Dream Control. It is from a specific animated movie from 2007.
Mm.
Casey Jones and April O'Neil, TMNT, 2007.
Why am I not surprised?
Well, okay, so full disclosure, I was actually considering just April and Casey overall,
Mm-hmm.
but really thinking it. If I had to narrow it down, this version of them I really liked.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for one thing, Casey Jones is voiced by Chris Evans, so
Uh-huh.
but
So
it's cool in my mind.
Captain America, if he were also Casey Jones. Who does that remind me of, I wonder?
Oh, fuck off! But again, like they honestly handle them in a very mature way, and which is to be expected with like a couple of their age, which I assume is like mid to late 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And they bicker and argue and have things that couples do, but they still like love each other and care about each other. I mean, like Casey even voices it in the movie. Is like he's always kind of worried that April might leave him because he feels like he's not good enough for her, which is a thing I can kind of relate to in certain occasions when I've thought about.
Again, who does this remind me of, Derp?
I literally just said it, so
Yeah.
you don't always have to be a smartass.
You'd worry about me if I weren't. You'd think there was something wrong.
But yeah, and like she in April, like she seems to really genuinely care for him, and I mean, like she gave him a new mask after his was broken, and it's just like they're kind of just seem made for each other.
Mm.
Like everything how they talk to each other, how they like just interact. It's very natural. It's very It's actually just very like an actual relationship, like an actually good relationship.
Mm.
And there doesn't even like I'm honestly surprised that they didn't try to put in a granted most of the story was focused on the turtles, but there doesn't really seem to be like they don't really put the characters these two in like that kind of like will they won't they kind of story or like break them up.
Yeah. Now, granted, I think this movie was supposed to be a continuation of the 2005 series. I think, because they make reference to Leonardo going off on his own to like train because he's ashamed of something, which is something they set up in the 2005 series.
There's also a comic that explains a lot of it too.
Mm-hmm.
Like they made a mini comic series that kind of explains like certain things. But yeah, just, again, like they're really just a cool couple, and like they kick ass together, which is awesome.
Family that slays together stays together.
Yeah. So that's all I'm really gonna say about that. Like it's been a while since I've seen the movie, but like their moments I remember a lot of. So.
Mm-hmm. That was a really good movie, and I liked a lot of the stuff with the like interdimensional monster things.
You would.
Okay.
I'm not saying that like an insult. Like I get it too. Like I'm honestly getting more into the cosmic stuff in terms of stories.
Like honestly though, that movie managed to be weirder and more interdimensionally interesting than Doctor Strange has so far in the MCU. So I'm like, if fucking Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles can get it right, then why the fuck can't Doctor Strange get it right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, moving on.
Yeah.
All right. This might be the only live action couple. Well, second. This is the second live action couple.
Mm-hmm.
Number
After Gomez and Morticia.
number 4.
Rumpelstiltskin and Cora from Once Upon a Time. And I know what a lot of people are gonna say, but what about Rump Bell? Yeah, no, fuck Rump Bell, because Belle was never interested in him. She was only interested in what he could be. And she constantly bitched at him for succumbing to his darker nature, not realizing that he was a fucking avatar for dark magic. It was literally in him and there was nothing he could do about it. And yet somehow she held him to it every time he fucked up, and never once thought to herself, gee, he's a living embodiment of dark magic. Maybe I should make allowances for that. Derp. But in contrast, Rumpel and Cora are, just like I was saying earlier, a family that stays together. They encourage each other's ambitions. They encourage each other's darker nature. And what's more, they're actually happy to be with each other, not with the idea of each other.
Granted, they were using each other to their own ends, but
Yeah, but they both loved and respected the power of each other, is the other thing. Whereas Belle constantly makes Rumpel ashamed of who and what he is, and often doesn't even have a reason to be with him, really, when it comes down to it.
Right. I don't really have anything to say because I never really cared enough to watch Once Upon a Time. And I'm also, everything Charles has told me, it is not a good show.
It's not a good.
It's not well written at the very least.
It's not a good show. It's the world building is shoddy, and a lot of the character arcs are stupid, and the universe itself has a weird moral schema that makes no fucking sense half the time. And God help you if you're a villain in this universe, because you will never ever be redeemed, or you'll have to go through multiple redemption arcs just to get where the heroes are, regardless of what they do. But every great now and again, Once Upon a Time had its great moments, and possibly the best moment in Once Upon a Time was an episode known as The Miller's Daughter, which is a play on the original Rumpelstiltskin fairy tale, where Cora obviously is the miller's daughter. And rather than have Rumpelstiltskin spin the yarn into gold for her, she insists that he teaches her how. And instead of discouraging her from her bloodlust and from her desire to have people kneel before her, he encourages her to the point that she actually chooses to rip out her own heart because she's worried that her love for him will get in the way of both of their ambitions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is some awesome fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
To love someone so much that you actually choose to stop loving them for their own good.
Yeah. I don't really have anything to say, so don't cover it all.
But yeah, the long and the short of it is, fuck it, Rumpel and Cora should have been together.
Okay, so Giant Turtle. That a family that slays together stays together. You heard it here first. Marriage counselors suggest serial killing and massacres for relationship troubles. Actually, that might actually work for Nick and Tessa.
It's a Dresden Files reference because some people actually listen to me when I say they should read Dresden Files.
Oh, fuck off! I'm busy. Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm joking, but yeah, to oddly sort of, but two of the main villains are Nicodemus and Tessa Arcleone, who are two of the Knights of the Blackened Denarius. The Knights of the Blackened Denarius are these people who have one of the pieces of the 30 pieces of silver that were given to Judas, and each piece of silver is bound to a particular fallen angel, and they essentially give their holders the power of immortality and different abilities and skills based on the personality and skills of the fallen angel they're bound to. And Nicodemus and Tessa Arcleone essentially spend 2,000 years uh, causing all kinds of havoc up to and including the Black Death, um, and also possibly the meltdown of Chernobyl back in the 50s. Basically, they go around the world spreading chaos and destruction, and they are essentially the leaders of the Order of the Black Denarius. So yes, the family that slays on a massive genocidal scale together stays together.
Right. Granted, my interpretation of those words was very different than Dragon Turtles. I assumed Slade meant kick ass.
Well, it works just as well for somebody like Hannibal Lecter and Clarice Starling, for example. So
Anyway,
it works either way. Family that stays together stays together.
okay. Anyway, moving on to my fourth one.
Mm-hmm.
From one of my favorite trilogy of animated movies.
Mm.
Hiccup and Astrid from How to Train Dragon.
Ah, interesting.
To be fair, their relationship is very much a subtle one.
Yeah.
Which I respect.
Yeah, it doesn't really spend a whole lot of time on it, which to be honest is kind of nice.
Okay. Which could be bad to some, but granted, they expound on it in prequel series and stuff that have been released. But the reason why I like it, obviously, is one for the subtlety, which could be bad in terms of a writing perspective. But I think they handle it well, and like how it's shown more visually, which is a whole thing of show don't tell.
Yeah, they don't hammer you about the head and neck with it like
Yeah.
a lot of romances do.
Yeah, and like that's what I respect, mainly because I'm not like it's weird. I'm a romantic guy, but when it comes to the actual stories, I don't care enough about the romance, and because they're never handled well.
Yeah, romances are very seldom, if ever, actually written well.
Yeah, dude, that's a whole tangent. I'm not getting into it now. Maybe next year. But
And I mean, again, perfect example is how Rumpel and Cora are such a perfect couple for each other, and yet a lot of people insist on Rumpel and Belle being a thing in Once Upon a Time.
Right, but bad take up an answer again. It's a whole give and take thing. It's like, and it's also a different in terms of traditional, quote unquote, traditional norms of relationships, where Hiccup is the more scrawny brains of the two, while Hiccup is more the muscle jock, I suppose you could say.
Yeah, the tough kick-ass cheerleader. She to make a Dresden Files reference, she's the Karen Murphy.
Right.
Which I swear to God, when you do eventually read the Dresden Files, you are going to fall in love with Karen Murphy. I marked my words.
Hey, you know what? Maybe for my birthday, send me the box set, and I'll read it.
I can give you the audiobooks because those are actually available for free, most of them.
Actually, yeah, I still have the playlist for that. So, Um, I'll read it, okay? I'm just fucking busy, okay? I'm actually trying to write my own books and shit, man. The Dragon Turtle. Okay? I plan on reading it, okay? I do not have the time to. But okay, back to Hiccup and Alfred. I I like them because they really like. It's not so much like a give and take. Actually, it's just that they're there for each other.
Hmm.
Um, and like they just kind of have this innate understanding with one another, and like also their banter is amazing.
Hmm.
Like they just shoot the shit. Like they're really just best friends that can also kiss and share the same bed.
I I'm telling you, and I'm sure Dragon Turtle will agree with me on this. Come the time you meet Karen Murphy, you will love Karen Murphy.
Um, but yeah, like they're just like I don't like to throw this one around, but to me, out of all the couples that I have picked, they really stand out to me as like kind of soulmates.
Hmm.
I guess is like I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain. Like it's more of a feeling I get when I watch them. You know, like
Hmm.
they just feel perfect for each other, which is obviously credit to the writers of these movies and
Yeah.
stuff. So
Well written romance is well written.
yeah, I think that's all I have to say.
Hmm.
Um, he speaks truth, brain on How to Train Dragon, and Authenticator on Murphy. Yeah. Okay. Share screen.
Yeah. My last one is kind of a weird one.
Number 5.
Roger and Jessica Rabbit from Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Yeah.
And again,
I
it's
think this
just
got. I'm sorry. No, just quick ad lib
go
here.
ahead.
Full
Go ahead.
disclosure. This one actually surprised me the most. I don't know why.
Because I mean, they're so that it on no paper does this look like a couple that should make sense, and yet they're so perfect for each other. Plus, not to make it crude or anything, but my man Roger, you sir have some skills that all men, be they gay, straight, somewhere in the middle, otherwise, should take notes on, my friend, because he doesn't. The beautiful thing about Jessica and Roger is he doesn't even realize how lucky he got, physically speaking, because he
Right.
doesn't even he doesn't even notice her body, which in and of itself is a frankly Herculean feat of fucking emotional gymnastics. But he loves her anyway because of who she is. It's kind of like a line from Hello Nurse from Animaniacs. Um, they 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 want me for my looks, but never for my books. That whole thing of like
It's the
so many.
inverse of it, right?
Yeah, so many people want Jessica for just what she looks like or how she carries herself, but Roger doesn't even notice those things. And Jessica could have literally anyone she wanted ever, and yet she winds up with Roger because of how much of a decent guy he is, and how much he makes her laugh, and how she can please him just by baking him a carrot cake, for fuck's sake. Like it's so sweet that like it should work, and yet it works perfectly. So yeah, relationship goal.
This is me, and just like my thing is it is a really like defiance of expectations with them as well.
Because she, in any other story, she would be cheating on him because he would be the stooge that she would be with for his money or for, for the stable relationship. But no, she doesn't even know, despite how, she makes her living as a sex icon, she doesn't have eyes for anyone but him either. But somebody should at some point make it obvious to Roger just how lucky he got, because I feel like there's a flaw in the universe that he is not fully made aware of just how lucky he got physically. Granted, I'm sure if Jessica and Roger ever have kids, she's gonna make him aware of that. But yeah, but good for you to rabbit people, because you were good for each other. Honorable mentions would probably include Android 18 and Krillin from DBZ Abridged for much similar reasons.
Yeah,
But
dude, I loved their like kind of mini-sode they got after the series.
the date, oh my god, the date,
Yeah.
I can't. The date, oh god.
That honestly would be on my honorable mentions too.
Yeah, because Mike 18, I will get a hose. God damn, DBZ Abridged is awesome.
Oh, it really is. Anyway.
Where did you get the ball? If I told you it had nothing to do with the wood in my arms, I'd be lying.
All right, yeah, moving on to mine. Okay, share screen. Application. Number 5 is Tiana and Prince Naveen from Princess and the Frog.
I mean, I understand why this is here, but as far as Princess and the Frog goes, I say Ray and Evangeline as
Oh
far
yeah,
as
totally. But again, the it's not so much a problem, but it's just like we don't see it's shown how much Ray loves and cherishes Evangeline. Obviously,
but we don't ever actually get to meet her in the realm of the living.
Yeah,
so.
we don't really see the relationship there, like the back and forth between them, and also we see this relationship developed is a thing,
Mm-hmm.
like actually properly developed, not like other Disney princess movies, and nothing against those movies, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just like the thing that really gravitates me towards them is obviously again.
Yeah. Most often the prince and the princess don't even talk to each other.
Yeah. But they again, for them, like it really is a give and take relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said that so much throughout this for my couples, but for them, it really makes sense because at the beginning of their kind of arcs, Tiana is this like super overworked, super stressed, like
career woman.
Yeah, which total respect to her because she actually makes it work mostly, but she doesn't.
Almost there,
dude, I can't. Like, it's one of my favorite movies that isn't like super.
Yeah, it really should have been more successful than it was.
Yeah. It's like one of my favorite movies that isn't like super Disney.
Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna have Almost There stuck in my head for the rest of the night. Oh well.
Really, it's Friends on the Other Side for me that always gets stuck in my head when I think of this movie.
Well, I mean, as far as villain songs go, I think the only person who does a villain song better might be Ursula in regard to Poor Unfortunate Souls.
Anyway, again, like how she is and how Naveen is, who is, this carefree, super, just
Pompous, rich kid, spoiled, blah. Yeah.
yeah, and he's like, yeah, again, like both of them have their flaws are also their greatest strengths, especially when they turn into frogs.
Yeah.
Naveen is like the carefree guy who's able to like get her to like kind of come out of her shell and stuff, while Tiana teaches Naveen like hard work and like really like helps him.
Yeah.
Like
she teaches him what his parents were hoping he would learn from his wife, which I do wish there was at least a scene where we got to see his parents' reaction to her.
Right, that's fair.
Because I imagine they're going to be very pleased with just how easily she can put him in his place.
Right. And the thing that always got me is like when they're making gumbo, and like when Naveen is helping poorly because he doesn't know what to do, and like when he's telling that, obviously he's like, when he has everyone do something, when he has other people do something,
because servants, yeah,
and like when he finally is like put out in the world with like as a regular person, and he realizes he can't do anything. One thing that got me. I don't know how you felt about that, Dawn. But like it got me because for one thing, it's kind of that middle point of them coming, like it's kind of at their. I would say that's the midpoint of their arcs. Granted, their arcs are very like I wouldn't say are super or like subtle, but they're not like overtly done. Like they're done in a very organic way throughout the story. And you just see like this just genuine like compassion and just goodness that they have with each other. Granted, they bicker, which again is normal, especially if you're in that kind of situation.
Yeah, and let's be honest, sometimes Naveen deserves to be whacked upside the head because
okay, fair enough. And Tiana, as much as I like her, could be kind of an uptight bitch sometimes.
Yeah, she needs to lighten up.
Yeah. And so like again, they really complement each other and really like kind of find a midpoint for both of them that works. And yeah, just honestly, if I really had to say a give or take couple, like one of the best, it is them. If I were to do honorable mentions, I honestly Android 18 and Krillin from DBZ Abridged is like it's really the only one I can think of because I had a hard time coming up with a list of fictional couples that were like my favorites. So
I actually came up with a few other ones, but I couldn't figure out where I would rank them because like Sally and Jack from Nightmare Before Christmas, that would be another honorable mention for me. And most people wouldn't be familiar with this one, which is why I didn't put it here. But there's a movie called The Ninth Gate starring Johnny Depp. And there's a girl in that who, spoiler alert, is debatably possibly Lilith. The mythological / biblical Lilith, and also debatably his like demonic familiar. And they have a really great relationship because for most of the movie he doesn't know who she is, and by the time he figures out who she is, it doesn't actually change the dynamic, which is nice. Plus,
okay, so
she's extremely beautiful and French, so I might mostly prefer guys, but there are some things that even work on my guy preferring ass.
Okay, so one just came to me mainly because I was listening to this song yesterday. It's the story within a song from I don't know if anyone here knows a Mr. Voltaire.
Uh,
It is a song called "In Disguise," where this this guy who's like part of this traveling, I believe, carnival or circus,
mhm.
and he meets this girl who, for I believe it's like 5 years, is effectively putting on different disguises, and he falls in love with her time and again. And then he doesn't realize that there all these women that he's falling in love with are the same woman, and thus he kept thinking like his heart is getting broken by all these
Yeah.
women. He falls in love again, like he falls in love like quick.
And yeah, she's in a different disguise each time.
Yeah, and
Arthurio Voltaire, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the modern day musical geniuses.
yeah, and just it's really telling how much you can love someone if you're able to fall in love with them time and again.
Yep.
Find something to love, you know, just fall in love with them, even though like they look different. You still have that connection with them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I guess that would be my other honorable mention. Like again, it's hard for me to like really um yeah, it's hard for me to like really think. Actually, maybe another one. We are gonna have to call it pretty soon.
Yeah.
But fuck, can't remember her name. Billy and Mandy, because we were talking about Voltaire.
Mm-hmm.
Wrath of the Spider Queen. Jeff, who is the spider son of Billy, and his wife, who is the Spider Queen. I can't remember her name.
Velma
The,
Green, the Spider Queen.
yeah. Granted, I think she was going to eat him, probably.
Yeah, praying mantis style, most likely.
I mean, spiders do that too, so I don't
Yeah,
know.
but they were cute together.
Like,
Although to be honest, of the couples in the Billy and Mandyverse, I think if it weren't for the misunderstanding about the Reaper vote thing, Grimm and Velma probably would have wound up together.
um,
And there's a part of me that sort of hopes for that alternate universe.
I Black Widow says Dragon Turtle.
Mm-hmm.
But Black Widows do that. Just Black Widows do that, like spiders.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons they're called Black Widows, because it's the animal kingdom's answer to the femme fatale.
Holy shit! How the fuck did I never correlate that? Damn, I'm an idiot. Like I knew Black Widows were deadly when they bite you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also aware that, and like thinking logically with the Spider Queen, if she had eaten Jeff's head, or eaten Jeff actually, because they don't just eat their heads.
Mm-hmm.
Um, if she had kids, she would let herself be eaten by them, so they'd have something to feed on first when they come into the world.
Yeah, yeah. There's also a question as to, could Jeff die via that, because Grimm goofed the game for him because he likes seeing Billy terrified.
Yeah. Well, also the fact actually it doesn't really make sense because Velma has her parents when they come to Earth.
Yeah, they're technically aliens, not monsters, so who knows?
Yeah. But actually, I kind of didn't see them as like Grimm and Velma. I did not. I saw them as good friends, honestly. Like I just kind of saw it as purely platonic.
I I could definitely see if they had stayed friends beyond junior high, there would have been some
Uh,
romance there.
I okay, some romance, but I don't think it would ever been like a long-term relationship. I think they could have just.
I mean, certainly more than Grimm and Eris, especially when she was in the ballet girl phase. I'm convinced the only reason he had a thing for Eris was because she was the like head cheerleader of their high school or some shit. That wouldn't surprise me.
God, Eris was a bitch. And
Well, I mean, she is the goddess of chaos and destruction, so
fair enough.
if there's a better example for bitch in the dictionary, I haven't heard of one.
I'm specifically referring to obviously Billy Mandy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, folks, we are going to call it. So with that, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Fuck off.